I think it's a surprising statistic for people that we've actually been in the longest default period in over 20 years. That's if you look at the Moody's leveraged loan index and default rates over 5%. So consistently, we've been over 5% for now. We're in the third year of that. But the reason that it hasn't felt so dramatic to date is that the nature of the defaults, as I said, have been soft. I think we're going to be seeing another of this where they increasingly become hard defaults, where private equity firms are more resigned to hand the keys over to creditors. But increasingly, there's going to be a recognition that some of these situations don't have equity.
What's going on this weekend? I mean, you're a hitter. You're Dartmouth. You're doing HBS, all this other stuff. Suzanne Gibbons is totally in the inside game. How petrified are the fancy people right now?
I would say, I mean, for us, we're opportunistic credit investors, so this is a really good opportunity.
You're totally an appropriate beast. The smooth people that are always talking to me and Paul, everything's great. We just did this funding. Baloney. It's a long religious weekend. How petrified are people?
So we're data oriented. We dug into the data. Obviously, direct lending is an indicator market.
Data oriented. What's the mood out there, Suzanne?
Well, again, I would say there's certainly a lot of caution now, and everyone is, I think, feeling very selective. But I just do want to contextualize the problem because we do have a good feel for it. Having looked at leverage over 7 times, interest coverage ratios under 1.5 times, really fundamental credit metrics in the leverage loan and direct lending market. When we did that analysis, we found about a third of the market is stressed based on fundamental credit metrics. That's twice the percentage of the end of 2019. And in dollar terms, it's 3 times the amount because of the growth of the leveraged lending markets.
Paul's on the phone with his broker.
Yeah, it's 770 billion is what we estimated in our recent white paper. And to contextualize that, that's just in the US, and the dedicated opportunistic credit capital globally is 640 billion. Right. So it's an interesting setup.
But then I see KKR just today raised approximately $23 billion for its latest America's buyout fund, North America Fund 14, which beat its $20 billion target. So that tells me that the market's like, I'm okay with this. Go out and spend it.
What's the difference? But isn't buyouts different than?
Well, you got to fund it with credit somewhere. I mean, that's the equity piece. Got to go get the debt piece to go buy company XYZ. Does a KKR number in the fundraise surprise you at all? How successful they were?
So there's still plenty of dry powder in both direct lending, private credit, and in private equity. I think that's been part of the problem and how we got here. There's been increased competition. So we've had higher valuations for companies, again, over this period since really starting in 2016, more debt. What we've observed is the underwriting standards have gotten looser as a result of all of that capital, starting with private equity, going into private credit. One measure that we actually look at to contextualize that is just how earnings are measured. And so we think the leverage in the system is actually higher than people appreciate.
The depreciation.
Not so much the depreciation, it's the add backs to.
Okay.
So a lot of times when lenders are underwriting, they'll be willing to add back for cost savings or synergies. That makes what is an LTV of 40% that they're underwriting against, that they think they're underwriting against, more often look like 60% on more conservative earnings.
You are getting a fabulous inside baseball into the adult conversation of all this creative finance across this nation and worldwide. The news flow is exhausting, extraordinary. Ed Ludlow to join us here in a bit on this historic day for astronomy and spaceflight in America. Right now, a gift to us. Olivia Fischler with us just in a moment, but Suzanne Gibbons is giving us a clinic here, a partner head of research at Davidson Kettner. I got to get to one more thing before we get Olivia Fischler in here. You mentioned in the US, it's always London. It's always somebody at the Dorchester Hotel with an umbrella and a cocktail. Does this transfer over to London, the city, and the United Kingdom?
So we actually think this, what we would call private equity dislocation and how it's flowing through the credit markets, is more of a US problem. If you just look at dedicated private equity capital.
Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell, and we are live streaming on YouTube today. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please share the links and ask your social media to follow me. Make sure you click the notification button and make sure you subscribe to all the different channels that I have: YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can watch live streams on my website, archive material for the audio podcast on Podomatic, and Apple Podcast are another modalities that you can listen to my work. You can also follow me on TikTok, X, and GETTR. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. All the links are in the description of this video and all my videos. Today is going to be a big move in the oil markets because of what Trump said last night at 9 o'clock. He basically stated that the war is going to continue. There's going to be some negotiations, but the war is going to continue. And he thinks that it'll end in 2 to 3 weeks. Oil for WTI spiked before trading session begins. It spiked as high as 114 and went back down a little bit. Currently, it is at 113.20 cents for WTI. Now, that's a big move in such a short amount of time. So there's going to be some wild swings in the energy sector today. In addition, the equity market is down for the S&P 500 by 102 points. So right now, the futures for the S&P 500 before it opens is at 6,516. I still have a year-end target of 7,400 for the S&P 500 or 7,800, somewhere in there. Now, there are going to be some support levels that we need to consider. There's going to be a support level at 6,140. That's the next support level. Now, the resistance level for near term is going to be 6,600. So anywhere from 6,140 to 6,600. Right now it's at 6,500. All right. Now, there's also going to be a support level, but it probably will break at 6,450. So 6,450, and then a major support level at 6,140. So watch out for that. All right. We may be testing this. It just depends. Today's probably going to be a bad trading day in terms for equities. The VIX right now is trading at 2770. So it's elevated. And if you've been paying attention to some of my analysis for the VIX, I've been saying that there's an elevated probability that we're going to see a VIX spiking at 45. We're not there yet, but you know, if we have ground operations, we start knocking out energy facilities, the energy grid, water facilities in Iran, you're going to start seeing things starting to spike. And that's what Trump hinted at. Now, what is interesting that he didn't say, or at least I didn't catch it while I was watching his speech, was that he didn't say much about ground troops. He didn't say much about the islands in the region, taking them. Marines are there. Paratroopers are there. What is he going to do? So it's kind of eerie that he didn't say anything about it. Makes you wonder. But oil definitely moved, and it moved a lot. So right now we're trading at 112.93. So it's going to be wild swings. And Trump could come out and say something very positive for the market, and oil could come back down $5. And this is why it's so important to follow this. So that's why we're doing the show today. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please help support the work that I do by sharing the links and asking your social media to follow me. And get the great products that I offer. I do these videos for free. I have thousands of videos out there for free. Over the years, there's lots of videos out there for free. I don't put stuff behind a paywall and all this stuff, right? People that do subscribe to Patreon or Substack or even buy me a coffee, those individuals are helping the free content that I create. All right. So please help support. There's many ways that you can support. Get the great products that I offer. If you pay attention to what I am saying in this video, you're going to be able to navigate through the tumultuous times in the financial markets and also improve your health. I'm going to tell you a protocol on how to boost up your immune system and slow down the aging process. And this is what I do to increase the longevity of my life. All right, this is something that I've been doing for a very long time. It works. All you got to do is just follow my advice. So with that, please go to my store, get the great products that I offer. Make sure you use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All caps, discount 5. It works for any order that you generate. You save $5, all right? Go to my store and get the structural nano silver soaps that I have in stock. You can get it in lemongrass and also in peppermint. These soaps, they're made from structural nano silver. They'll help to neutralize, so it's really important during the cold season. But this will also improve the health of your skin and your pores. Use them every day. And digestive enzyme complex. This will help to reduce the load on your pancreas. A lot of people don't realize that as you get older, your pancreas doesn't perform as well. Your pancreas produces enzymes to be able to digest your food. So your stomach is starting to break it down with the acids, and it starts to migrate through your digestive tract, and your pancreas is starting to secrete enzymes. But if your pancreas isn't performing correctly, then you won't be able to digest your food. And it'll be harder on your digestive system. So you want to take supplements that will actually reduce the load on your pancreas. Digestive enzyme complex does that. So if you're 40 years of age or older, it's really important to take this. Because no matter how healthy you are, your pancreas doesn't work as well as it was when you were younger. So digestive enzyme complex, it'll break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. This will help to break up your food, allow you to absorb your nutrients, and reduce the stress on your pancreas. It also has bromelain, which is an enzyme to break up clots. And the proteolytic enzymes in digestive enzyme complex will help to break up glycoproteins. That's super important during the cold season. So it's dual purpose. If you've been paying attention to me, you know how to weather the storm. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the soaps, also get the digestive enzyme complex. We'll talk about other products that I have and how to stack them to get the max benefit, because the magic of supplementation is a holistic approach with the stacking, how they work synergistically. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. With that, I want to go to Al Jazeera.
Foreign Affairs, and they were discussing bilateral relations and the situation in the Middle East, of course. And Vladimir Putin instructed the Russian government to work on supplying food products, primarily grain, to Egypt, and they emphasized that the two countries could discuss the possibility of establishing a grain and energy hubs in Egypt to extend help to other countries from Egypt. And that Egypt is Russia's, of course, long-time partner. Last year, Moscow supplied Egypt with good amounts of grain. Egypt supplied Russia with fruit and vegetables in return. Several months ago, at a meeting in Cairo, Egypt, and not just Egypt, but a number of other African countries, as well as Russia, agreed to create an independent financial, logistics, and interbank chains to protect their partnership from Western sanctions. And African foreign ministries were expressing their readiness to cooperate with Russia despite the Western sanctions against Moscow. And they were ready to accept investments from Russia in all spheres of the economy. And there were many who expected Russia's assistance.
And because of what is happening in the Middle East, there's going to be shortages of oil and natural gas in certain regions of the world, especially in Asia. And the downstream products that these feedstocks provide. All right. Some of these downstream products are petrochemical products, plastics, gasoline, diesel, right? So you're going to have a lot of shortages that are taking place in certain areas of the country. And because there are certain areas of the world and certain countries will be affected, the overall price for feedstocks like crude oil and natural gas are going to go up, but also the downstream products like gasoline. So those are going to elevate. In addition, it's going to affect agriculture because you need the ingredients to create fertilizers. Well, in many parts of the world, planting season is starting. So this is going to affect crop yields. So like I've been saying before, the world is getting a curse. And you can see, you can almost see the different points within the world where the curse is starting to emerge. There's going to be famine. There's going to be shortages of water. There's going to be economic instability. Prosperity is going to go down. And it's going to start, a lot of people are going to see it September 11th, 2026, all the way through October, the first or second week of October of 2027. There's this window of curse that's going to happen to the whole world. And the things that are happening right now are slowly emerging to these multiple pressure points in society: economics, agriculture, political instability, transportation, supply chains, all these things. It's starting to emerge. It's starting to build up. But the average person isn't going to start feeling it, start really seeing what I'm seeing until after September 11th, 2026. And so no one's going to be able to hide from this. Everyone's going to be affected somehow, some way. And I've been saying this for 2 years, that this is going to happen.
Agenda. But that so far is not the unified and the public position of the Gulf states.
Okay, it was interesting, wasn't it? I was reading this morning that somebody described Trump's speeches by saying defeat has never sounded so victorious. But on the other hand, it is true that the US military assault has been successful. It's just what it yields and what it leads to is the thing, isn't it?
I think to some extent they have been successful, and they can't but be successful given the advanced technology the United States has then, and the ability to hit hard, which although our colleagues in Iran would deny, but the reality is that they have been hit hard. Now the problem is in terms of who can blink first and who has the stamina to sustain the war longer. We now understand that the United States is in trouble in terms of continuing the war. Both internally there's a pressure, globally there's a pressure. In terms of supply chain, it's becoming problematic to manufacture the sophisticated weapons in mass. It's problematic to finance them. All of that is not an issue that Iran has to worry about. The Iranians are there, they just need to dig in and wait for things to happen. The real issue, I think, also is in relation to how the rest of the world going to react to this and how much they can tolerate.
Now, I don't know if this is an accidental print, but Brent crude is trading at 109 NYMEX. WTI is trading at 113. That's almost net. That doesn't happen. Brent always trades higher. All right. So now it's an inverse spread. Normally there's a $4 spread between Brent minus WTI. Now it's inverted. It's inverted. That's a sign that a system, when something changes from the normal correlations, the normal movement of things in a complex system, and something like reverses, that's a sign of a chaotic event that's building up. It's all chaos theory. I always keep on going back to chaos theory. During the COVID years, that was chaos theory in spades. There's big movements happening here. And it's not just in oil. This is going to affect mankind for generations, what's happening here.
Okay, let me come to that in a second. Hannah Rose, I just want to bring you in on this question of mediation, which is, without doubt, absolutely required. And Russia now saying it wants to help to bring a swift end to the conflict. And it transpires that President Putin has been speaking to the Saudis. How do you view that? Is this something you welcome?
End of fire, end of war is something that everyone would welcome, but the conditions and the situation with end of fire would be important. Right now, neither side is ready to accept the end of that. President Trump wants to make some achievement to say that I have had a victory, and everyone now knows that whatever he talks about victory right now is not a reality. He has not made any achievements unless only the assassination of the supreme leader, which was replaced by his son, actually, a younger version of Khamenei. There has been no further achievements. He has always moved it.
No further achievements? They don't even have a navy anymore. It's at the bottom of the ocean. Are you kidding me? See, this is the problem with Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera always has like a little bit of a Islamic spin to everything. Maybe it's because they're from Doha. All right, so what we're going to do is the markets are going to open up in 2 minutes. All right, and then we're going to assess what's happening. But it's going to be a bloodbath today. Energy is going up, and it's not coming back down for a while. So, the way you want to look at this is that if you think that energy is going to continue to go up, you want to buy UCO as a leveraged ETF. If you think energy is going to go down, you want to buy SCO, which is a 3 times leverage inverse. If you think natural gas is going to go up, you want to look at Boyle. If you think that natural gas is going to go down, you want to buy cold, spelled with a K, not a C. All right, those are also leveraged ETFs. And that's how you're going to be able to navigate through this. All right, but it trading at 113, 114 for WTI and being negatively spread to Brent, where WTI is higher than Brent, the chances of WTI coming back down before the end of the contract is pretty high. Now, the end of the contract is going to be, around the 3rd week of this month, all right? Which is approximately what Trump said when the war is going to end, or when, major operations are going to end, all right? The question is, what's going to happen with the actual ground troops? We don't know. He didn't say. That's the real strange thing about this. But in about 1 minute, we're going to start hearing the markets open here. So let's just listen into Bloomberg.
Just stay with us as well. But the bottom line is, going to Robert Gordon at Northwestern, supply shock is something that's understudied. I mean, there's all this other industry, and quickly here, man, I got to get the market open. But I mean, Gordon's supply shock is what we're talking about, right?
That's exactly right. And it's just, you can't change things that fast. People are like, well, you can just alternate or do this. The infrastructure that has been taken offline will take years to recover. And so this isn't a flip of a switch to get it better.
I got to read up. I mean, Miskin's on. He forces me to read up on the leisure. I hate him. We'll come back with Matt Miskin and John Hancock here in a moment. What do? We dash to Alexis Christophorus.
And the sell-off right out of the gate is a deep one after President Trump rattled markets following his speech last night that offered no clear timeline for ending the war with Iran. S&P 500 down 79 points out of the gate. Dow Jones Industrial Average down more than 600 points. 45,962 the level. NASDAQ Composite down about 360 or 21,486. Russell 2000 down 43 points, a loss there of nearly 2%. Meantime, Brent crude up 7.5%, 108.89 the barrel. WTI crude up 12% at 112.34 the barrel. Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index 1216.91. Bitcoin down 3% at 66,140. 10-year yield 4.33%. Spot gold down more than 3% at 46.01. That's your Bloomberg opening bell report, Tom.
We say good morning. Thank you, Alexis. Across the
all right, we still have that negative spread between
right now. First print of
we still have that negative spread between NYMEX and Brent. So we've got 112 for WTI and 108 for Brent. That's not normal. That is not normal. All right. So, all right. So with the S&P 500, with it opening at 6,496, there's a support level. It's not that strong, but there's going to be a support level at 6,450. If it breaks, it's 6,140 that you're looking for a support level. So if you have some money and you're purchasing broad index equities, you want to position yourself where put some in once it's approaching 6,450. But if it breaks, put more in when it between the 6,450 and the 6,140. All right. I think that the 6,140 is going to hold. 6,450 probably won't hold. Now, will it hold today? Maybe. But the next 2 weeks, probably not. So that's a way to position yourself that when the war does end, equities are going to go to the moon. I mean, literally, it's going to launch to 7,000. Now, with oil, it's trading at $112.40, and VIX is at 27 right now. Currency markets are stable. Euro is still trading at 115. Japanese yen still trading at 159. So currency markets are pretty stable. Now, natural gas is trading at 2.797, so it's down a little bit, which is interesting. So there's a little bit of a negative correlation between WTI and natural gas. All right, with that, let's listen into, I want to listen into Bloomberg here.
Thanks to Emily Rowland. She's being medicated with the Red Sox start. It's been brutal. Matt Miskin, thank you so much. Manulife, John Hancock, really appreciate it. Paul, I'm bringing out stuff I read like 3 Tom Keens ago.
Right.
Michael Bruno, former Bank of Israel, governor of the Bank of Israel, I should say, World Bank chief economist, is well writing with Jeffrey Sachs when Jeffrey Sachs was younger. Way back.
Yep.
Supply shocks.
Supply shocks.
Is that what this is?
It looks like it's certainly on the energy space. Again, WTI crude oil, Tom, up about almost 12% today. We're sitting around right about $112 per barrel for WTI crude oil. That's a shock to the system.
And there was the UAE headline when we started the show 17 hours ago. I'm bringing up the T Live right now, folks, just to look at the different sense of it here. And here's some bombing here in Israel.
Yep.
And Gomer Montalbani very busy this morning. Jared Doyle out of Dublin really writing it up nicely. He's got that headline: oil hits 110 and diesel tops 200.
Yeah.
As Trump threatens escalation. Thank you to Jared Doyle in Dublin, to Carla Kenevet in Dubai as well. T Live, that's on the terminal.
All right, let's position over to Al Jazeera. But before I do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Boost your innate immune system by taking this protocol here. You can take the cleanse, which is 30 parts per million, or max 35, which is 35 parts per million, or max 14, that's 14 parts per million. They're at different price points, but you take them the same way. Teaspoon a day, every day, swish in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds, and then swallow it. What this will do is improve your oral cavity, your oral pharynx, help to maintain your mucosal barrier, help the health of your epithelial cells, and boost up your immune system. It will neutralize. That's why you take it. And when you're neutralizing, that's really important during the cold season. But you should be doing this every day to improve your oral cavity, to boost up that immune system, but also you're helping your cardiovascular system. A lot of people don't realize good oral hygiene also helps cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the cleanse, max 35 or max 14. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. If you're not feeling well, or if someone around you is not feeling well because of the cold season, take a tablespoon or 2 a day. and then go back to your maintenance dose once everything's all clear. But you do this every day. That's the key here. And you're going to boost up your immune system. I've been doing this for 6 years, every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you use discount 5. I want you to save money.
In the market, and even some of those big American tech stocks, Nick, like Nvidia, Alphabet, Google, Tesla, Intel, they have also been down some 2 to 3% in pre-market trading. And I think from looking at the screens, similar is happening now as the markets go live.
All right, Richard, thanks for that. We'll keep a close eye on that as you will, Richard Jason there in New York. Well, US President Donald Trump's speech was expected to be hearing either to announce an end to the Iran war and escalation with ground operations inside Iran. It did neither. Instead, it's made oil prices jump and markets slide. Vimikal Singh, Sharif explains.
President Trump has downplayed the United States' reliance on the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important waterways. Now, Iran's near closure of it in the past month has led to the largest global energy market disruptions in decades. Now, President Trump says the US imports almost no oil from here and won't be taking any in the future. It's true, crude imports into the US have fallen drastically over the years, but it still relies on the Strait of Hormuz for a fraction of its imports. Now, government data shows in 2024, it brought in 500,000 barrels per day. That's 7% of its total crude oil imports and 2% of its petroleum product imports. The way President Trump also sees it, the US is the world's largest producer of oil and gas, and it's insulated with what's happening thousands of kilometers away. And yet, people are paying more at the pumps because gas prices are more than $1 a liter, the highest since 2022. Now, the US and Israel's war on Iran has also left the rest of the world feeling the pain of supply disruptions and rising prices. Hours into President Trump's speech, we've had oil prices jump and we've had Asian stocks slump. Now, the UK and dozens of countries have held talks on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, much of the oil and gas produced in the region is headed to Asia, but some part of it also up from the Suez Canal into Europe. About 2,000 ships are stranded because of Iran's partial blockade in retaliation to US and Israeli strikes. Now, before the conflict, tankers carried 20 million barrels of oil, or 20% of global energy consumption, passed through this strait every single day. But in the past month, very few ships have made this passage in coordination with Tehran.
Well, let's dig into this a bit more. We can speak now, please say, with James Midway, who's host of the economics podcast, Macrodose, and a former UK Treasury official, joins us now from London. Hi there, James. So market goes up and down, depending on what the US Commander-in-Chief pronounces at this moment in time. At the moment, it's down, it seems to me. But what's your assessment of the medium to long-term approach to this, if this goes on for several more weeks?
Well, this is, I think, the reaction of the markets spoke volumes in this case, because Donald Trump didn't really say anything. In his 17 or so minutes, he was talking, a lot of belligerence, some threats, some backtracking, some suggestions of terrible new things happen, but nothing that sounded like, and this is what people will be looking for, nothing that sounded like a resolution to this. The promise of a resolution in 2-3 weeks in his usual time frame, but nothing concrete, and that is what is causing this level of fear, because the disruption that we've seen over the last it's now just over a month with the Strait of Hormuz being closed, is starting to ripple out beyond Asia, which has already been very significantly hit by that disruption to oil and gas supplies, and now really rolling into Europe. We've seen the first country there, Slovenia in southeastern Europe, impose oil fuel rationing on motorists. You can only take a certain amount to the petrol station when you go fill your car up in the country now. And warnings from the EU that people will have to start thinking about driving less and this sort of thing. So that ripple effect is starting to play out as the last boats to make it out of the Strait of Hormuz before the closure arrive in Europe. That's where the ripple effect starts to come in. And that, I think, is what's really frightening people who are trying to trade at the minute, is that there's no real handle on where they go next.
And these ripple effects, these impacts, how quickly can they be reversed? I mean, say if all this ended tomorrow.
Well, if all this ends tomorrow, you still have all the damage that's been caused in the space of the last month or so. You have the various liquefaction facilities for natural gas that are out of action for potentially years in some cases. You have damaged infrastructure across the region. You have diverted oil tankers and they need to be sent back to the Strait of Hormuz. So even if everything ends tomorrow, it's still a very significant sudden loss of capacity, which in some cases will actually take years to rebuild. Now, I think what we'll start seeing happening is what we've seen out of oil shocks before in the past, where people start to look for alternatives to oil. Already there are more orders being put in for electric vehicles, for people switching away from gas guzzlers of old and into things that don't depend so much on oil in particular. You'll start to see some of that effect playing out, especially if this drags on any further.
And it's not just oil and gas for energy, it's also the products that oil and gas is used for, especially, for example, fertilizer. And Qatar, where we are here, is a major producer of urea for fertilizer, for example. Implications of that for agriculture and the food supply globally.
Well, this is where it starts to look quite grim. I have to say that the World Food Programme was warning just a couple of days ago that with the Strait of Hormuz closed, with about a third of the world's supply of fertilizer transiting through that strait in any given year, there is a sudden...
Still think that the curse isn't going to happen on September 11th, 2026? It's starting to emerge.
So what you're looking at here is the fertilizer price spike makes it more expensive for farmers. That means they use less. That means you get less food. And that means, as the World Food Programme is now warning, the consequences of global hunger and malnutrition across the world, particularly in the global south, particularly in the poorer parts of the world, could be really devastating.
James, finally, one thing, I think you just alluded to it actually, but the one thing the war has demonstrated is that the oil and gas supply chain it's unstable, to say the least. I think we can safely say that. What might the knock-on effects of that be, particularly when we look at it in terms of sustainable energy?
Well, there are a couple of directions that you can already see this going, notably in Europe, which is a sort of second-order effect from this one. Some calls to reopen and start drilling for oil and gas in the North Sea here in Britain, for instance, some calls to pause slow down the closure of coal power stations, even in Germany and Italy. But in the other direction, a real push to develop renewables, to switch into electric vehicles. Countries like Spain really talking up the fact that it has a very significant renewable capacity now and has been somewhat insulated from the energy shocks that we've seen over the last few years. So this is going in two directions as far as the changes in supply chains might happen over the longer term.
Interesting. James, great to get your perspective and expertise. Appreciate that. James, indeed, with host of the economics podcast, Macrodos. Well, Nigeria is one of Africa's largest oil producers, but fuel prices are soaring there too.
All right, we're going to go to Fox News. There's some breaking news about U.S. Embassy in Baghdad issues urgent warning to Americans.
The latest on the Operation Epic Fury, President Donald J. Trump giving a primetime address on Iran last night where he stated that the war is winding down, but the fight is not over yet.
Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
The president also addressing the pain at the pump as the conflict pushes gas prices here in the U.S. to over $4 a gallon.
This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat.
So the commander-in-chief also calling on other countries to step up to help secure the Strait of Hormuz and says, we don't need it.
The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait. and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. The countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on.
Oh, now let's get right to the action. Jonathan Hunt is live in Tel Aviv as Iran fires one of their largest missile barrages in weeks as Israelis observe Passover. Jonathan.
Brian, good morning to you. Israeli officials had warned that Iran might indeed step up its barrage against Israel in the run-up to the Passover holiday, which is now underway. And Iran followed through on that, sending missile after missile throughout the day on Wednesday and again overnight. Missiles raining down on Tel Aviv and other areas across the country. On some of the strikes on Wednesday, there was some significant damage done in central Israel. There were dozens of people injured, including one 11-year-old girl who yesterday at least was listed as in critical condition. We are awaiting an update on her condition today. And as Iranian proxies across the region continue to join the fight, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, Iraq, is now urging U.S. citizens to leave that country, saying, quote, they may intend to target U.S. citizens, businesses, universities, diplomatic facilities, energy infrastructure, hotels, airports, and other locations perceived to be associated with the United States, as well as Iraqi institutions and civilian targets. Terrorist militias have targeted Americans for kidnapping. U.S. citizens should leave Iraq now. And as President Trump says, the bombardment of Iran will go on for another 2 to 3 weeks. Flames continue to burn, for instance, outside of Isfahan, Iraq. That, of course, is the site of one of Iran's major nuclear facilities. But as for the president's comments that Iran is seeking a ceasefire, those have been shot down by Iranian officials. A spokesman for the Iranian foreign minister saying, for instance, we will not tolerate this vicious cycle of war, negotiations, ceasefire, and then repeating the same pattern. This is an unjust war that has been imposed on the Iranian people. We have no choice but to fight back strongly. And this morning, a spokesperson for the Iranian military has said that the U.S. and Israel, quote, have no idea about our strategic capabilities, essentially saying that they have plenty of missiles and they are willing to keep this war going as long as it takes. Brian?
All right, thanks so much, Jonathan. So we'll see. The President of the United States gave an update saying we're basically almost running out of targets about things we want to shoot and things we want to do, as well as taking over the strait. I think the president's got 2 missions in mind. I think he's been given a bunch of options about taking some of the islands with the help perhaps of the UAE and reopening the strait ourselves, which has some risk. There also is a Washington Post story today that talks about how the president 2 weeks ago said, give me some ideas of what a mission would look like to go get the uranium. So it would be heavy equipment, it'd be digging down. It'll be more difficult than Venezuela, more difficult than getting bin Laden. It would take more time. You have to set up almost a mini city and a base in order to dig this out. But is it worth it to get the 460 kilograms out of the ground?
The most important 2 words that President Trump said last night, and people need to understand, to your point, Brian, is nuclear shield. Okay, if Iran is able to get a nuclear weapon, they have a nuclear shield. In the same way, Kim Jong-un has a nuclear shield. Any basic international relations course tells you about mutually assured destruction. 2 nuclear powers do not attack one another. And it all rests on the basis of rational actors. Iran is not rational. They are a tyrannical regime, and not just that, an ideological regime motivated by religious fanaticism. They cannot get their hands on a nuclear weapon. And President Trump is the first president to do what Bill Clinton said, and George Bush said, and every president before him has said, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They cannot have a nuclear shield.
So, Kayla, you're exactly right. And the reaction to the speech yesterday was mixed. And I think people haven't quite gotten, I know we've had Donald Trump for 11 years now on the political circuit, but they don't understand strategy-wise of how he operates. Number one, if you're expecting something new as it relates to military strategy, you're never going to get the military strategy at all. You will get bullet points, but that's about it. He's not going to telegraph what he's going to do. He likes to get the enemy by surprise. And the media should also, especially since they've been taking most of the propaganda from Iran, realize that you're a tool for the president. He's using you to telegraph different things that he may or may not do to keep the Iranians guessing. But many people on the circuit in the late shows last night were expecting something different from the president. This was their reaction.
He makes clear in those statements that he makes tonight that this is a war of his choosing. We didn't have to be there. We just went to help. Help who? Why?
And there was a bit of inherent contradiction in saying that the objectives are very nearly complete. It's almost over, but we're going to attack Iran into the Stone Age over the next few weeks.
Trump is on course to get a thank you card from the Ayatollahs this year. This speech was a disaster.
It was a big night on all the broadcast networks. Donald Trump at 9 o'clock gave a national primetime address. It was concise, intelligent, and brought the nation together with shared purpose.
April Fools.
Rooting against the country. I think it's shameful right now. The president doesn't deserve some credibility. He earned the credibility. We've had several military operations where we got in and got out. Seamless, no casualties at the time. Some of our troops got injured, but they were flawless in a sense. And so now we have the big one, the big enchilada that has been a threat for 47 years. And you need to tell me you're not going to give him any credibility on this operation?
It's unbelievable. This is the commander-in-chief that killed al-Baghdadi, that killed Soleimani, that ended 2 dictatorships. Do we not remember Venezuela? He has earned, to your exact point, the trust of the American people. And these really neophytes in the liberal media don't understand by now that he plays chess with the various pieces, and he's always communicating something to someone strategically. I mean, you can't help them at this point. It's been a decade, and they still don't get the man.
The only thing I add is I don't think he can deal with the president of Iran. I don't think he's got the power. I think the IRGC is the one we have to deal with. Because if you sit down with that president who says, I promise a ceasefire, I don't believe it for a second, because doesn't have that power in the way their government is set up. Also, we've already seen a few times we're not going to hit our Arab neighbors, and they did, because the IRGC calls the shots. And number 2 is I don't think we can leave it out without opening up the Strait of Hormuz. So I think we have to do that. We can't leave it to open on its own.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Chilney.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics. You can get it in veggie cap form or in the powdered form. Both are very high quality, and what they will do is help to improve your gut biome, improve your immune system at the gut level, maintain the mucosal barrier, allow you to absorb your nutrients properly, create a better communication between your gut and your liver, which will help with your metabolism, improve the communication between your gut and your brain. You'll be able to sleep better. You'll have consolidation of memory. Your brain functioning will perform better if you have a good gut biome. Your skin will improve. So please go to my store, get the probiotics either in the veggie cap form or in the powdered form. Good gut biome is the beginnings of good health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver toothpaste. This is the best toothpaste that you can get. It will help to neutralize because it has the structural nanosilver. It has no fluoride. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation at the gum line, improve your gum health. And with good oral hygiene, you're helping your cardiovascular and valvular health. Please go to my store, get a few tubes of this toothpaste, especially for the cold season. You should be using this every day. It is the best toothpaste that you can get. There's nothing better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's listen in a little bit on the NASA launch from yesterday.
Confidence in NASA and their acuity to get this right.
The power of NASA and NASA's ability to execute directly corresponds to the administration of the day. In 1960s, everyone makes a lot of what Kennedy said about going to the moon, not because it was the easy thing, but because it was the hard thing. But if you're a student of history, he made a second speech later on, which was, we have to do this because the world is at a crossroads, a fork in the road, either capitalism or communism. So the moon was a priority. In 2005, George W. Bush launched the Constellation program and made the moon a priority again. But by the time Obama came into office, he wasn't interested in the moon. So the project fell apart. Brings us to present day, and President Trump in administration 1 made the moon priority again. He empowered NASA to do it. But it's the inconsistency of the attitude of the administration of the day that has led to where we are now. And one of the reasons why this mission's highlight is that it returns humans towards the moon, because there's no landing in this specific mission for the first time in more than 50 years. The correlation of politics, geopolitics as well, because China has its own lunar ambitions to land in 2030. It's a race. That has impacted this timeline for this country and also for this agency in pulling Artemis off.
Assuming this is a successful mission, Ed, what are next steps?
Yeah, if all goes well and to plan, the crew splashes down off the coast of San Diego in 10 days. But this mission, Artemis 2, is just a dress rehearsal for the systems that Tom and I went through, right? The ultimate near-term goal is for America to land astronauts on the moon as early as 2028. And from that point on, there is a $30 billion decade-long project to establish a base on the moon, which sounds like science fiction, right? Science fiction often front runs reality. But the goal is to establish a presence on the moon for a multitude of reasons.
That is the single best explanation of the politics of NASA, Paul, I've ever heard on air.
Yep.
That could have been on NBC or with Walter Cronkite in the 1960s. Edward Ludlow nailing it each and every moment for Bloomberg technology. He comes to us today, what will always and forever be Cape Canaveral. The Dow, negative 453, it's a better tape than 2 hours ago. Paul, do we get, can we just, like Monday, can it not be the news flow of this?
Exactly. But it sounds
day.
from President Trump's remarks last night that this effort in Iran will be the next 2 to 3 weeks, as per President Trump last night. So the market's going to have to deal with it.
United Arab Emirates, with some headlines out earlier ago, will continue to monitor that out of Dubai and out of London. And all of our team in the Eastern Mediterranean and across the continent.
All right, the S&P 500 is trading at 6,520. It's kind of reversing its sell-off early in the session. The VIX is starting to drift down at about 26. The oil market right now is trading at 111. All right, let's continue on with Iran nuclear site bombed as Trump issues brutal new warning.
President Trump giving a primetime address on Iran last night, where he stated that the war is winding down and the U.S. will complete all military objectives shortly.
All right, Jackie Heinrich joins us live from the White House with the latest. Good morning, Jackie.
Good morning to you guys. The president made his case to justify this military operation, detailing the urgency of Iran's nuclear threat, framing the short term, or the spike rather, in energy prices as short term and the American economy as able to absorb it. And while he described this conflict as nearly over, there was also an implicit threat of escalation, leaving open the question of whether he could send in ground troops or whether victory can be declared without extracting Iran's stockpiles of enriched uranium.
I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
The president said the U.S. is negotiating with a new, more reasonable regime, but rattled off targets if no deal is reached, including Iran's oil and energy plants, which he said would be hit simultaneously. Analysts say it was the kind of speech he should have delivered at the outset to build more support. The Wall Street Journal editorial board writing, media coverage of the war in the U.S. has been so relentlessly negative that Iran's leaders may really believe that they are winning. But Mr. Trump assured them he plans to continue the war to devastating effect if they don't abandon their nuclear and terror ambitions. He made no offer of a ceasefire. Trump also urged countries that depend on oil from the Strait to instead buy from the U.S. and build what he called delayed courage to secure the critical shipping lane. Notably, the president did not directly criticize NATO or announce any U.S. withdrawal from the alliance, which he suggested in an interview yesterday was beyond reconsideration. Finnish President Alexander Stubb, with whom President Trump has a close relationship, posted ahead of the speech, spoke with real Donald Trump, POTUS, constructive discussion and exchange of ideas on NATO, Ukraine, and Iran. Problems are there to be resolved pragmatically. It's not clear if that conversation may have staved off some harsh words from the president pointed at NATO guys.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Jackie, Italy says you can't use our air bases. Spain says you can't use our air bases. Macron says militarily we're not going to be victorious. The UK is trying to put something together, but there's really no rally to our side in any way.
Yeah, the UK Prime Minister is leading a virtual summit today of 35 countries to try to build some kind of consensus on military or diplomatic efforts to reopen the Strait, obviously a response to that strong pressure from President Trump. But you heard Secretary Rubio say on Hannity the other night that, you know, if these countries are not going to allow the U.S. to use those bases when it needs to, then NATO is a one-way street, and the troops are only in Europe for the defense of Europe, not for American interests. That's the message here from the White House. So when the Secretary General comes here next week to meet with President Trump, I assume will be talking in great detail about that.
Yeah, I just think there's a big difference between using our bases, which we help construct, and not helping at all in the mission. Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, Jack. Now, I think they should realize, because I'm sure they will say there's a treaty which is approved by the Senate and Congress, but there's only one commander in chief, meaning the treaty can exist, but the president is in command of the armed forces. So do they think they're going to be able to command the troops to go into there? Absolutely not.
So what's interesting too is that today the UAE is going to the United Nations and asking for condemnation from the Security Council for closing the strait. So our allies in NATO are not helping us close the strait, but the Gulf states are saying this is illegal. And actually, this is a time in which the UN sees this outlaw behavior by Iran as a problem.
It's a realignment.
Yeah. Now to Jonathan Hunt, who is live in Tel Aviv, as Iran has fired missiles into Tel Aviv as Israel observes Passover. Jonathan.
Brian, good morning to you guys. Israel was fully expecting and was braced for an Iranian barrage of missiles to mark the beginning of the Jewish holiday of Passover, and that is exactly what happened. Iranian missile launchers firing missile after missile in the direction of central, southern, and northern Israel overnight and throughout Wednesday. And some of those missiles and the cluster bombs attached to them did make it through, causing damage on the ground and dozens of injuries. Meantime, the US and Israeli bombardment of Iran continues, with flames burning near Isfahan in Iran. That is the site of one of Iran's major nuclear reactors. But despite the bombardment coming at them, Iranian officials are seeming increasingly defiant. No talk of a ceasefire, as President Trump said Iran was looking for. Instead, the Iranian officials are saying they are prepared to continue this war as long as it takes. Listen here.
You know nothing of our vast and strategic capacities. Do not hope that you have destroyed our centers for producing strategic missiles, long-range offensive and precision-guided drones, modern air defense systems, electronic warfare systems, and our specialized equipment. Because of such assumptions, you will only further increase the depth of the swamp in which you have trapped yourselves.
This is the reason why we need to kick the shit out of the Iranian IRGC and make sure that the theocratic regime is completely eliminated and no longer in existence on this earth. I mean, modern society, the world at large, needs to wake up to the crazies in Iran and help the seculars rise up and have self-rule. The ones in Iran that are educated, that want a modern society, that are secular, they don't want to have the Ayatollah. Now, they need to stand up. They need to start fighting. They need to rise up for a better life for themselves. I mean, Trump has given them so much opportunity to overthrow their government, but yet they don't. You know, that's a big problem. That's probably a bigger problem than the higher oil prices. Now, just imagine if these clowns, the IRGC, the Ayatollah, can you imagine if they had a nuclear weapon? What they would do? But no, you gotta, you gotta be a pacifist. America first pacifist, where we don't want to have a war with Iran, even though they might have a nuclear weapon. No, we can't. We can't do that because we're America first. We only want to work on domestic issues. Well, you gotta walk and chew gum at the same time in the United States. And that means you have to deal with domestic and international policy. I mean, these America First types that are pacifists are dipshits.
And with Iranian proxy militias across the region getting increasingly involved in this, US citizens are being warned not to travel to this region. The US Embassy in Baghdad,
All right,
for instance.
another thing that's interesting here. Now, Brent crude's now trading at 110, just below 111. And I'm sorry, WTI is trading at just below 111. Brent is trading below NYMEX WTI. So that inverse is weird. That doesn't happen. All right. So there's a high chance that we're going to start seeing that WTI starts to come in, Brent will start to rise. All right. WTI in normal situation is not higher than Brent. Right. So things are in disequilibrium because of the speech from Trump. And things are going to start slowly moving into equilibrium. So I suspect that Brent is going to go up to about 110, 111, 112. And WTI is going to come back down to about probably 105, 106.
Telling all US citizens they should get out of Iraq right now. Brian?
And I've said that before. Thanks so much, Dylan. Because there's Iranian militias working in Iraq. One of the benefits of a defanged Iran will be the Iraqis having control of their own country because they've infected the whole northern part.
Yeah, they had indeed. And, President Trump, I thought.
People need to pay attention. Islamic terrorism. Now, what's happening in France right now? Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, they're being threatened with terrorism. Now think about that. For a second. They're getting threatened by terrorism from Iran. Now, go back to the 1980s. Go back to the early 1990s, and with the PLO in Iran. What was happening around the world? There's a lot of terrorism. Cafes were being blown up. People would get on a bus and people would be blown up in Israel, but also in Europe. The same bullshit is starting again. Still think Iran deserves to just, not be bombed? These people that are America First pacifists, they don't know their history. It's starting again. And the only way to solve the problem is to kill your enemy. Not to play patty cake, not to give them second chances, not to allow them to reconstitute their military or their desire for nuclear weapons. But it's not just nuclear. It's weapons of mass destruction. including biological. And I was talking about this a few episodes ago on my channel about the barriers of entry for biological warfare is low, and it's hard to detect. You can kill half the population of the world in a 1,000 square foot facility if you knew what you were doing. Half the population of the world. Now let's just assume that the population is, just rounded up to 9 billion people. 4.5 billion could die out of a 1,000 square foot facility. That's how it works. Now you think someone crazy that has some sort of religious bent that thinks that the whole world should be set on fire, that they won't try that? And why do we assume that when the Ayatollah says that they're going to set the world on fire, why do we assume it's nuclear? A pathogen provides a lot of heat in the form of a fever. People need to wake up. People need to wake up. But there's a curse coming because of inaction. Inaction or picking the wrong choices during the COVID years, during what happened after October 7th of 2023, and where mankind wasn't able to work together to solve the problem. There was more division between the ultra liberals and the conservatives. There was more division between the seculars within Israel and the religious. There were more division between Christians and Muslims and Jews and Christians. And there's so much infighting in the world that the whole fucking world is going to get cursed. And no one is going to have an opportunity to hide from it. We all made the wrong choice. All of us. Now, think about what's happening in New York City. In 2001, September 11th, there was a major terrorist attack that happened in this city. You fast forward to 2026, who's running the city as a mayor? Mandani. So you have communism running the city and a Muslim. Now, if you don't think there's a caliphate taking place in the United States, you're not paying attention. If you don't think a caliphate's not taking place in Europe, you're not paying attention. Look at what's happening in the UK. Look at what's happening in Michigan. Hamtramck is taken over. Hamtramck, Michigan's taken over by a caliphate. Dearborn's taken over by a caliphate. London's been taken over by a caliphate. And now we're seeing the beginnings of the same bullshit in New York. Still think that America First pacifism is the right thing to do? Not paying attention. We're going to play Cash Jordan because, we need a little bit of Cash Jordan in our lives. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin C and magnesium. This will help with your brain function so you can actually see what the hell's going on in this world. It'll help with your skin health and boost up your immune system. Magnesium and zinc will boost up your immune system and help with your brain function. Magnesium also is a major supplement that you should be taking to increase the efficacy of vitamin D3. You can stack these together or take them separately, but you should be taking it every day to boost up your immune system and help with your brain function. Because there's an awful lot of people that don't know how to think.
New York couldn't get any wilder. Mobs take over. What's going on here? Why does he just use the car if he wants to get inside McDonald's? Oh, man. Where are the police? Where's the mayor? Why is this normal in New York now? People just destroying things. Meanwhile, we got brawls breaking out
after the school bells rang. Punches were thrown outside of McDonald's in West Farms. The fight, broadcasted live on the Citizen app, shows the crowd of teenagers pouring into the intersection, blocking traffic along East Tremont Avenue, where the brawl escalated.
only to end with an ambulance flashing its.
Still think that society isn't going to get cursed on 9/11/2026 to October of 2027? Still think that? I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
It's ran with their bag of McDonald's in her hands, thought of at least a dozen other things kids could have been doing.
They're eating in their car so they can drive away when it gets crazy. It's like nonstop chaos. The police are overwhelmed. Look at this. Everyone's filming. It's just mayhem. Yeah, this. One of them, and they're with one person who's gonna
Still think that we should be a pacifist? You still think that we're choosing the right path for mankind?
police, because our laws here don't put people in jail for something that doesn't involve a dangerous item. Yeah, he's gonna get out. Look, there you go. The police go, man.
And guess what? Who the perpetrator is? Black.
They know. He's not even repentant. Normally, when people put the cuffs on you, you wise up. But it's not just McDonald's and malls. Look at this.
Last night at a Pokemon store in the West Village. Tonight,
The
as
Pokemon
shop
store
that
got
sells
robbed.
similar items is taking special precautions so it won't fall victim to the same type of attack. Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlin.
This is crazy.
With those shop owners.
Tonight, at trading centers across the city, there's a game going on.
I have a whole new lock system coming with a bell so customers will be locked in.
We're not just talking about the game of
You can't even walk into the store anymore. They're gonna have to let you in. They're gonna vet you. These are the quality of life problems critics say appear once you stop enforcing.
And it's about the three pillars of society: God, country, and family. If you don't have some religious baseline, you won't have ethics. If you don't have an affinity to your country, I'm trying to better your society, it'll devolve. And if you don't have a strong affinity for your family, guess what? Your society goes down the shithole. That is it, right there. God, country, and family. And this is the reason why America's having such a hard time. It's because we got too many people wanting their abortion. Oh, it's women's health issues. Really? 65 million fetuses aborted since 1972? 65 million fetuses? No, that's not a women's health issue. That's homicide. Right? People don't have any affinity to religion anymore. They think that it's okay to steal. It's okay to take people's property away. Well, Mondani thinks it's okay because he doesn't even believe in the Enlightenment. He thinks that if society, deserves it, they should just take your property. Well, how's that any different than someone going to the store and taking the store's property? We don't even have a rule of law anymore. And where's the affinity to country? How many people actually hold to their heart the idea that you have to work hard and you have to, be a productive citizen and you promote the country? You look at the flag with respect, not with disdain. Don't be surprised that a big curse is coming.
Security cameras coming that will be connected directly to the police department.
But the game of outsmarting thieves. See, Pokemon players still gotta catch them all.
Yeah.
Including Pikachu.
Pikachu.
Police tonight have to catch the robbers.
That was for Pikachu. Look at this.
Broke the glass to steal pricey Pokemon cards at a store in Manhattan Wednesday night.
Hey, yeah. No God, country, and family. This is what happens when you have a liberal society devolving into chaos.
Broke the hearts of card collectors across.
Yes.
From one business owner to the Pokey Court, we feel for you.
Eric and
These
his wife
guys are
Jessie
next,
own
man.
E&J Boutique in Diker.
I'm scared.
Doing a number of things differently to avoid carrying high-value Pokemon cards, including.
Look, these stores are defenseless. We do not have enough police. We have a shortage of about 10,000 officers. We're rolling out a new Department of Community Safety, which is supposed to deal with a lot of the crime on the streets, which isn't going to be cops. Stores are sitting ducks, and they all know it.
Not buying back from the public anymore.
Never again, not with Pokemon. But sports cards, absolutely.
It's kind of sad that it's come to this.
Of course it is.
It's more than sad. It's disgusting, and it's not good for the community. I want to keep doing it, but it's not worth the risk to my customers, to my employees, to my life, to my business, and also to the neighborhood. What happens if guys were to come in here with guns and run around the neighborhood and rob people? Nobody needs that.
The robbers pointed guns in people's faces during the stick-up in the meatpacking district, stealing more than $100,000 of merchandise.
$100,000
Was big news in the Pokemon community, so much so that customers started sharing information about the kind of cards being targeted. E&J received this information showing that a high-value encased card was on the list.
Wow.
They immediately removed those kinds of cards off their shelves.
They had a $60,000 card, I believe, stolen from them.
A $60,000 piece of data.
Specify in detail, stolen cards can be tracked.
My wife has been looking all day on eBay, on whatnot, on all these different apps, because let's put it this way.
They shouldn't have to do that. The victims of a crime shouldn't have to go out and hunt down the criminals themselves. That's why we got a crime problem here.
This fight outside the McDonald's is the latest incident involving teens after school, some of them taking a more violent turn. Just last week,
why?
It's not just teens. What kind of teen? Public school, heavily as a population within the student body, Black.
Train at the Park East subway. Sources tell News 12 police are
Robbed on
looking
the
for
train.
8 suspects, including a 17-year-old caught on this surveillance camera. Ahmad, who owns the deli nearby, says he has an idea to put an end to this madness.
They need just to talk to the kids, figure out what's going on. Where is the problem? Why are you acting like this? What happened? You okay?
In West Farms, Mike Lamort.
Look, well, talking to them, that's what we've been doing in New York City. We do all kinds of talking, but since there's
Talking ain't gonna help. Talking is not gonna help with this. They've lost the pillars of society. They don't have God, country, and family.
consequence, this is what happens. New York City's raise the age law, fully implemented in 2019, means if you're under 18, you can't be held responsible for criminal behavior. But not all of the crime taking place in our malls and in our McDonald's is because people are under 18. We've got other people who need a helping hand, and the city here's got the biggest homeless industrial complex on the planet. Maybe it could do some good for some of these people.
He's one of 4 people now facing charges in a corruption investigation tied to the city-funded homeless shelter organization, Brags.
Great.
Prosecutors say
Corruption in homeless shelters? Who's the perpetrator? Who's the perpetrator? What ethnicity do they have? Same problem.
and another defendant, Ronald Jean Torellis, stole more than $1 million from the taxpayer-backed nonprofit.
Wow.
They now both face several charges, including wire fraud and embezzlement. The indictment was filed Tuesday, drawing swift reaction from Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
We'll definitely be looking into these because any allegation, especially if it's being substantiated, of improper action and behavior is one that has to be followed up on.
Prosecutors say the shelter.
So now the mayor mayor's getting tough on crime. After saying he wants to have fewer police, after saying he doesn't want to do any more sweeps to get people off the street who don't even know that they're living on the street. Now, when people rob the city, now he's upset because that was government money, you see.
The leaders steered contracts worth millions of dollars to favored vendors controlled by Eduardo St. Fort and Miguel Jorge in exchange for bribes and kickbacks. Jorge was also arraigned Tuesday. St. Fort will be arraigned at a later date. Both face program bribery and related charges. The indictment comes as investigators also probe whether City Council member Farrah Lewis and her sister Debbie Lewis, an aide to Governor Kathy Hochul, accepted bribes.
What ethnicity? Oh, black.
Connected to city funding.
Is there anyone in New York who's not totally corrupt? What's going on here? It's like the crime didn't end on the street.
For the nonprofit, according to a search warrant viewed by the Associated Press. The sisters were not among those taken into custody.
Stealing. Right there. Right there. That's America for you. They're fleecing America. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take my advice, get the products that I offer, slow down the aging process, and look at this from a holistic point of view. Proper diet, exercise, proper sleep. Do some resistance training and some cardio training. Stretching and balancing will help with the cerebellum. Mindfulness, some spirituality. And when you do this and you're feeling more positive about life, you'll actually strengthen those pillars. You'll be strengthening the pillars of God, country, and family. When you feel that your life is a shithole, why would you strengthen the pillars? We, as a society, need to push back on this kind of behavior. No, not all people that are black act this way. But I don't hear too many people that are black pushing back and saying this is wrong. I don't hear it. Now, maybe it's out there, but I don't hear it. We as a society collectively that want a better society, that want an intelligent, productive society, need to call these people off. We need to say, these individuals need to stop stealing from the public, and they need to be held accountable. But instead, the district attorney, the governors, the mayors, they sweep it under the rug saying it's okay. But just imagine if it was a different ethnicity. What if it was a white person? Do you think Mondani would be a little bit more belligerent? Probably. If you don't think that there's a war on Caucasians, you need to wake up, because it's happening.
A spokesperson for the city council responding in a statement saying
the city
council takes any potential misconduct extremely seriously. New Yorkers deserve confidence in their government. It is essential that the federal investigation proceed fairly.
Okay, so the city council, they're on the side of law and order. They don't like misconduct, and they're in favor of federal investigations. Are you sure about that? But just before we continue, do you owe back taxes or haven't filed in years? Or have you filed every year, but you just keep owing? Retire suddenly and get...
He has been detained by ICE now.
Bank account. Call right here, 866-686-1735. That's 866-686-1735. Or you can visit tnusa.com/cash or click the link in the description of this video.
Council employee has been detained by ICE now for more than 2 months.
A city council employee.
Today, a judge ruled that he must be deported.
They're
the city council
deporting
speaker
people that
called
are in the
this
city
decision
council.
outrageous. As Lisa Rosner explains, Julie Menon says this ruling was made based on a technicality.
Why is it outrageous?
City Council data analyst Rafael Rubio is set to be deported back to his native Venezuela.
What's
based on
the technicality?
information made Wednesday. When he was detained back in January, a spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security said he overstayed a 2017 tourist visa.
Yeah, the technicality was he was supposed to leave the United States a decade ago and never did. That's the technicality.
Was arrested for assault and had no work
authorization. Is he working?
City Council Speaker Julie Menon has disputed it ever since and fought for his release.
We engage with many members of Congress, Congressmember Dan.
Yeah. You know what it is New York, again, God, country, and family. If you're not paying attention to the border laws, you're not for country. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver gels. You can get it in the tube form or the quick dispenser form. Use them the same way. They're very high quality. You can use it as daily skincare. You can put it on a wound to help heal it about a third of the time quicker. And if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well during the cold season, put it on your hands, around your eyes, around your ears, around your mouth, around your nose, lightly coat your nostrils. It'll stay active for 5.5 hours and it neutralizes. That's the whole point. And guess what? You can't do that with Perel. This is dual purpose. Have some at work, have some at home. You never know when you need it. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver gels. Super important. Let's go back to Escape from New York.
We engage with Congressman Gabrielle.
These are all the Democrats.
Chair of the Homeland
They're all the
Security
ones that
Committee.
want this guy working there.
Rubio was denied bond and has remained in ICE detention in Lower Manhattan since being detained.
He's been here for a decade.
Immigration hearing in Bethpage, Long Island.
Today, in immigration court, Judge Conroy deemed Raphael's asylum application, quote unquote, abandoned.
I mean, if you've been here for 10 years without permission, how is your asylum application not abandoned? And you're working on the city council. This is the city council's fault. They're telling people that are in America illegally that, hey, you can come to New York. We're a sanctuary city. We'll protect you. We'll hire you. We'll do everything for you. And they do.
Exactly. And this is part of the reason why New York City is a shithole. And they have a budget hole. They're in debt. They weren't providing services to real citizens of New York. They were providing it to illegal aliens. Well, now they want to raise your taxes and take your property away and do all these strange things to support illegals instead of actually supporting people that are actually here legally. But, you know, it's New York. But it's coming to a theater near you, trust me.
And then the feds show up and make an arrest that they are justified in making. And these people act like some travesty has happened when the travesty is happening to the youth of this city and to the homeless because nobody cares about law and order here.
Based on a technical issue related to a missing signature, the judge refused to allow the issue to be corrected.
She said federal procedure allows applications to be cured for good cause, and Rubio's attorney even offered to fix it within an hour.
So, but he had
That is
10
not
years to
justice.
sign the paper.
That is an extreme, cruel, inhumane outcome.
Listen to
based on
yourselves.
Technical procedural issue.
Which he had 10 years to get right.
Letitia James posted on Facebook in part, this deportation order is outrageous.
You know what's outrageous with Letitia? Letitia James? What's outrageous is that she did mortgage fraud but wasn't held accountable. Tax fraud, wasn't held accountable. She supports Madani, which is antithetical to the Enlightenment and the actual foundation of our constitutional republic. You know, you do know that what started America was the Enlightenment. I mean, fucking A.
No, he did it because here he is. He's a city council employee and he had no work authorization and he'd been in the country illegally for a long time. You don't release people who do that unless it's your goal to protect criminals, which it looks like.
And it doesn't seem like Letitia James really helps anyone that happens to be a white male or a white female. It always seems to be some sort of other nationality. You ever wonder about that?
New York school.
The coin toss, with many worried that it could be stolen before they even see it. New this morning, news from This is what they want to see why this is happening.
It's terrible.
An exhausting workday often ends in a package scavenger hunt for Co-op City residents.
It is extremely frustrating.
The Postal Service uses these boxes, but Tony Falk says other delivery services leave packages all over the lobby.
A company by the name of Uni.
That's normal.
There's also a company by the name of GoFo. They are notorious for throwing our packages on the floor and just leaving them. Amazon is also now joining.
The service marks it as
Where are they
delivered,
supposed to
but it
put
often gets stolen before the resident gets to pick it up, since it's not brought to each apartment. During our interview, one of those
Okay, I disagree with that. Look, you've got people that are doing deliveries like this guy on the screen here, whether he brings it to the front door of the apartment and nobody's home, or leaves it in the lobby and nobody's home. If you've got criminals marauding these apartment buildings looking to steal things, those packages are going to disappear because we don't want criminals.
But the packages could be stolen in front of the door of the unit. But the chances of them, especially if you have a secured building, the chances of you going up to the door and stealing it versus just going into the lobby and stealing it, well, the ones in the lobby are going to be stolen more often than the ones that are on the 17th floor. So it's better that they deliver it in front of the door of the unit instead of the lobby. They're just being lazy. But this is an issue. Goes back to what I was saying, God, country, and family. You wouldn't have people stealing your shit if they had an affinity for God, country, and family. Because they would realize, you know what? Stealing is against the 10 Commandments. All right? So that's the God pillar. What about the country pillar? Stealing can cause your society more disruption, more chaos. So you don't want to do that. And what about family? Don't you want to protect your family from this kind of social instability? If you want to have a good society for your children, would you be stealing? See? It's all about God, country, and family. The 3 pillars. That's the answer.
Disappear from our streets. So the packages disappear instead.
Uni delivery workers walked in, so I went straight to the source for answers. You're not supposed to leave them in the lobby. People steal the packages. He didn't give an answer and continued to leave
this guy's fault.
So I reached out
Where's
to
he supposed to
one
leave?
of those companies for a comment. In the meantime, residents are taking matters into their own hands with posters.
I'm taking a chance if I have it delivered to this address because it's a high probability I won't get it.
Getting your money back is another headache with a back and forth between the company you bought your package from and your credit card company just to secure a refund.
The merchant is declaring the item's been delivered, and I have to keep reiterating to them, I never got it.
So Falk has a message for those workers.
This is not a 26-story.
Look, every single building in New York has a mailroom. Every building I've ever lived in since I moved here has had packages dropped off in the lobby. That's business as usual. It's too bad that people have to live in a high crime area, but let's not blame the postal carriers. Let's blame the jails that don't have any criminals in them because the mayor wants to release them all.
But would you push at the state level to reduce the jail population enough to actually make it possible to close Rikers Island?
Well, I think today shows that sometimes the issue isn't as much legislation as it is the will to implement that legislation. We are looking at every single tool we have to not only keep New Yorkers safe, but also to extend dignity to each and every New Yorker. I have the privilege along.
Why are we talking about reducing a jail population? If people have committed a crime or they're dangerous, why would we want to reduce the number of those people that are in jail?
Are now Borough President Rattle and Siegel of serving in Albany, and there were a number of pieces of legislation that I continue to believe are critical. Assemblymember Farah Sufran Forrest carries legislation that was previously titled "Treatment, Not Jails," which spoke about the importance of that kind of an approach.
Okay, at what point does somebody who has committed a very serious crime lose their dignity? How do you protect the dignity of the victims if the criminals get to keep their dignity and wander around like they haven't done anything wrong? How do you do that? Protect people.
When it comes to a number of different parts of our criminal legal system, I think that that is one part of what it can look like to ensure that we are closing Rikers Island, we are keeping New Yorkers safe, and we are actually living up to the spirit of so much of what should animate our politics.
Thank you. And the second question is about public bathrooms. I know the EDC put out an RFP to build more bathrooms across the city, yet.
Right, so the approach is, let's do everything except lock people up. Let's punish people as long as it doesn't involve taking away their rights, taking away their dignity, or making them lose their freedom. Let's punish them by releasing them. That's the punishment. What do you think about what's happening in New York? Do you think that as the weather gets warmer, we're going to see more of this? It just warmed up, and the streets here are...
All right, right now the WTI is trading at 108 and Brent is trading at 106. So it's still strange spread between the two, but energy does seem to be going down a little bit at the moment. And the equity market is trading at 6,569 at the moment. VIX has declined a little bit. It's at 25.27.
Already so chaotic, people are eating dinner in their cars so that they can be ready to flee. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
People need to wake up. People need to wake up. Our society is devolving across the world, but definitely in the United States. Still think that you're not going to get cursed on September 11th, 2026? Probability is you will be cursed. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Myotrol. This has the polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. This will reduce atrophy. This is super important for males or females 40 years of age or older. Do some resistance training, take Myotrol, build some muscle, maintain it. That's going to help you to control your blood glucose levels. That'll help to create denser bone and your musculature. Your posturing will be better. When you have better posturing, when you have better posture, what will happen is your lymphatic flow will flow better. Your venous return flow to your heart will improve. A lot of people don't realize that just posture itself can affect your immune system. But a lot of people are stupid. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. Another really great product that I have that's new is the Super Strong Relief. If you have pain because of arthritis or muscle aches or headaches or bruising, use this for temporary relief. It's a topical. You apply it on your skin, and within about 90 seconds, the pain will go away completely or diminish. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Super Strong Relief. This will help with headaches, bruises, sprains, pulled muscles, and arthritic pain. Please go to my store and get the Super Strong Relief. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. Make sure you use discount 5. I know people are, stressed because of inflation. I want you to save some money. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5. Oh, let's see here. What about, is there anything else about Mom Donnie that is in the news lately? Let's see. What else is in the news? Let's listen to local news about Mondani.
TurboTax locations are now open in your neighborhood. So hand off your taxes to an expert today. Now local experts do your taxes with 100% accuracy.
A budget breakthrough in New York City. The city council says it has cobbled together a savings plan that would solve the city's multi-billion-dollar deficit without raising property taxes. Mayor Mamdani is already ripping the council's plan, saying it would result in the slashing of crucial city services.
Oh,
His
wait. So you got a communist that says that we have a budget deficit, but you have the city council that says we can fix that budget deficit by closing some programs and not spending the money. Well, the communist says, you can't do that. I gotta have my social programs. Oh, he's such a good communist.
Henry Rossoff joining us now live in the newsroom, try to help us make sense of all of this.
Well, it's understandable, surely, if New Yorkers have a little bit of whiplash here. So just to recap very quickly, the mayor has said the city's budget is in such bad shape, you might have to raise property taxes. And the council wasn't happy with that. And now they say that's not necessary. They have their own savings plan. The mayor disputes that. The two sides have been going back and forth on social media really all afternoon, and hanging in the balance are important, kitchen table issues that all of us care about, taxes, schools, and many, many more things that New Yorkers need.
Our position has been clear. We have been a hard no on the property tax. We also are a hard no on raiding the rainy day fund.
City Council Speaker Julie Menon says she and the council.
Why would you?
$6 billion in the city.
All right. If you have a huge hole, billions of dollars for the budget hole, and you're gonna raid the rainy day fund. Well, what happens when the rainy day comes and you don't have the funds anymore? See, this is the problem with communism. They don't look into the future. They just keep on eroding the present to the point where you have no future. I mean, and the sad thing is that it was stupid young people that voted for Mamdani. They didn't pay attention to their history. They're ultra liberal. They think that society should be giving them freebies. If they can't afford New York, maybe you shouldn't live in New York. New York doesn't even want you. Why stay? New York doesn't want the ultra liberals. I mean, fuck hey. I mean, but no, they think that they deserve to be here.
Budget. In general, the council is claiming that across the board, Mayor Zoran Mamdani and his team are underestimating everything from hundreds of millions of dollars in tax revenue to millions more coming the city's way from building permit fees. At the same time, the council is suggesting the city can save money on a laundry list of items like education contracts, facilities, even basic supplies like fuel, postage, and printing. But the biggest single savings coming from the city council is a claim that thousands of city job vacancies will remain vacant for some time, adding up to $860 million.
We're not saying these positions shouldn't be hired. We're just saying they haven't been. And it does take time to do the hiring.
But Mayor Zoran Mamdani immediately called out the council's plan as a return to the budget games of years past. He says it will do nothing to fix the city's underlying issues.
Speaker Menon's preliminary budget proposal would result in slashing billions of dollars from agency budgets, which would force the city to cut services. Double counting previously identified state.
That is what is needed. Cut programs. But communists don't like that. They don't like to hear that. They want to increase programs.
Overestimating revenues and exaggerating debt service savings does nothing to close a deficit.
The speaker flatly refutes that claim.
There are so many different items in this list where we are able to responsibly reach savings without doing cuts on services whatsoever. We're not at the point where we need to do cuts.
Now, the mayor and the speaker are in alignment in asking state lawmakers in Albany to send some $600 million down to the city to help hire teachers and do other things to help reduce class sizes and meet a legally required state mandate. But they're not in alignment on if state lawmakers should pass a millionaire's tax or increase it and pass a corporate tax, which the mayor's been pushing for. The speaker's still not ready to say that she's throwing her support behind that proposal. And then all this uncertainty in the city, well, it's wreaking havoc on the state budget, which we covered yesterday. So a budget mess statewide, Shirley. Live in the newsroom. Henry Ross, Pix 11 News.
That sounds like a short. Okay, Henry, thank you.
You get to the root cause of the problem. It's about God, country, and family. The root cause right there. Because if you are more focused on making sure that you have a healthy society for your children, do you think you'd be overspending? Do you think that you would be allowing for government to spend on services that the society doesn't need? Don't you think that individuals would be more prudent on how they use their tax dollars? See, it all goes back to the pillars: God, country, and family. Now, let's look at New York. What's the problem with the big problem with New York? A lot of people want their abortion rights. A lot of people want to have that gender dysphoria and promote problems with following certain norms of behavior. They have no affinity to the country. They think that, you know, they think in this postmodern world where anything goes. You have so many people supporting countries doing their parades, and they don't even support the United States. So they don't have an affinity to the country. They may have an affinity to a country, but not ours. So why the hell do they live here? Most of them are atheists or agnostic. So they don't even have a religion or practice, you know, some sort of foundation of morality. Big problem. That's New York for you. Amazing. All right, let's listen into I want to listen to Chang warns of massive U.S. disadvantage.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. If there's no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it and it would be gone.
And that's President Trump addressing the nation last night on Iran, assuring the American people his goals are near completion. But keeping Iran on notice, China is now trying to play peacemaker. Beijing and Pakistan issuing a joint 5-point initiative to restore peace and stability in the Middle East, it claims. Top diplomats are meeting in Beijing after Pakistan hosted talks on Sunday, which did not include the U.S., Israel, or Iran in those talks. Beijing also hosting quote-unquote peace talks between Pakistan and Afghanistan in China yesterday. Joining me now is the GETTR Institute Senior Fellow, Gordon Chang. Gordon, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. China is trying to appear to be some kind of a peacemaker. Is anyone buying it?
Not really, because this ceasefire plan is not in the interest of the United States. So, for instance, it would leave Iran in possession of its enriched uranium and its missile program. And those are the reasons that President Trump stated last night were the reasons for hitting Iran. So that would undercut President Trump's rationale for the war if he accepted the ceasefire. So I suspect that it will not go forward. Some people say that it will, but I don't think that it's in the interest of the United States or the international community. Certainly in the interest of China, but not in ours.
Yeah, great point. And of course, the president also commented on the Strait of Hormuz last night, and he asked allies to get some courage. Watch this.
The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally.
Your thoughts?
Well, right now, Iran is getting its ships through the strait, and it's charging the equivalent of $2 million in renminbi, by the way, China's currency, for allowing ships to go through. China actually ships are transiting the strait, as we saw on Monday when 3 Chinese container ships made the southbound passage. At this point, our ships aren't getting through, and this is not a good situation for the United States because, among other things, we are allowing Iran to finance its attacks on us. And by the way, we're not giving China any incentive to help us because they're getting their ships through and other countries are not. So this is not a very good situation for the U.S.
Well, we just showed the FT op-ed this morning where they write Beijing will seek to replicate Tehran's playbook in the Taiwan Strait, and the global economic impact could be even worse. Xi Jinping inviting Taiwan's opposition leader to Beijing. The KMT party is said to seek reconciliation with Beijing, and they represent mainly ethnically Chinese voters in Taiwan, making up less than 5% of the electorate. China, explain this one, Gordon.
Well, Chen Li-Wang, the head of the Guomindang KMT, is going to China for a 6-day trip starting on the 7th. And what she's going to do is to play into Beijing's playbook, essentially amplifying their propaganda narratives. The KMT has blocked in the legislature because it's basically has a block on the legislature, though not the presidency. The KMT has blocked funding for enhanced defense programs. And that, I think, makes war more likely. Although the KMT says that it's in favor of peace and reconciliation, you can only have that if Taiwan is strong, and they're preventing Taiwan from defending itself. So this is not a good situation for the island.
Yeah, meanwhile, China is building another massive base in the South China Sea, which could provide more room for missiles facilities, Gordon. They act like the South China Sea is Chinese territory.
Yes, and that's actually where I think the risk of war is highest because we're seeing extremely belligerent Chinese activity in the last couple of weeks against the Philippines at places like Scarborough Shoal and T2 Island. These incidents can blow up into a conflict, and we have a mutual defense treaty with the Philippines. So far, the Chinese think that they can push the Filipinos around. Filipinos are pushing back. This is a volatile situation, and the United States needs to start paying attention to it.
Okay, and meanwhile,
You still think that there's not going to be a curse on the world between 9/11, 2026 to the first week of October of 2027? You still think that? You can see on how things are emerging.
talking about birthright citizenship this morning, the president attended the Supreme Court's oral arguments yesterday on birthright citizenship. First time a sitting president has done so. The New York Post writes this: China has exploited the liberal interpretation of birthright citizenship to maximum advantage. Back in December, the Wall Street Journal reported that nearly 41% of international surrogate parents are Chinese. And one Chinese billionaire, one individual, potentially has 100 U.S.-born children through surrogacy. This is just an incredible story, the way China has exploited America's policies. And I spoke with Peter Schweitzer about it in January.
You have Chinese billionaires that have 100 kids that are American citizens if you have birthright citizenship. All right? But you have all those liberals in New York making sure that they can abort their fetuses. Don't you think that society is a little upside down?
China has a very sophisticated program of exploiting birthright citizenship, and the Supreme Court's going to be hearing this case. Our federal government has no idea how many children are being minted as U.S. citizens using this technique, but China has looked into it.
We don't know how many, but we do know that there are over 500 companies that do this. in China, that where it's almost like vacation birth kind of stuff in the United States. 500 companies. Now, how do I know that? That's what was stated in the oral arguments at the Supreme Court yesterday.
Encourage this. They pushed it. The Chinese government believes that every year for the past 13 years, Maria, roughly 100,000 Chinese babies have been born in the United States that are then taken back to China, raised in China. When they turn 18, they're going to be U.S. citizens. They can vote in elections, donate to political campaigns, get government jobs. That's more than 1 million.
Manchurian candidate. But, you know, the Supreme Court justices know better. See, the problem with the Supreme Court is that they are so into the law and all the intricacies of the meaning of words and the commas and the semicolons and all this stuff, that their decision creates a pernicious situation that leads to a catastrophe downstream. And that Amy Barrett, she is a liberal.
Voters. Remember that 2016 election was settled by 80,000 votes. So it's a massive exploitation of our immigration laws. Other entities like the Muslim Brotherhood and the Mexican government are doing the same sort of thing.
Gordon, this is such a national security issue. I mean, think about that. These Chinese people can come here, have babies, take the baby back to China, raise the child in China, and then they can do whatever they want. They could come back. They could go work in the military. They could like you just said, vote. I mean, your reaction.
Well, first of all, Peter Schweitzer is a hero. But we got to remember that the Chinese are exploiting something that Congress permitted. We have a visa waiver program in the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas, a compact state of the United States.
And Congress is bought and paid for by lobbying groups. Oh, so everyone's complaining about the Israeli lobbying. Don't you think there's a Chinese lobbying group too?
This was, Congress has had so many opportunities to close this and hasn't. So, Maria, this is on us. We know what's going on. And Congress has absolutely refused to close the visa waiver program. We could do that immediately. So, yeah, the Chinese are taking advantage of this. But
bottom line is Congress is willing to sell America down the river. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin B complex. This will help to protect your neurons, rev up your metabolism, and increase your energy levels and improve the health of your mitochondria. Super important to take, especially if you're 40 years of age or older, male or female. Please go to my store, get the vitamin B complex, boost up that energy, and protect your neurons. Really important. Olive leaf extract, dual purpose. It'll help to boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. It brings down inflammation and it helps you to control your lipid profile to reduce plaque formation. You can stack these together. So you're protecting your neurons, revving up your metabolism, you have more energy, and you're boosting up your immune system and helping with your cardiovascular system. Super important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. Any order. You can use it as many times as you want when you reorder, right? Save some money. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's listen into Bloomberg.
The White House maintains that it is still negotiating with Iran, that these negotiations are ongoing, though at least publicly, Iran has denied that it's engaged in formal talks with the U.S.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall at the White House. Thanks so much, Tyler. Well, let's take a look at the market reaction now. Bloomberg tech equity reporter Ryan Wastelka joins us with more. Ryan, the Nasdaq 100 was down more than 2% earlier in the session, down only about 0.3% right now. There was a swift turnaround just in the last half hour or so. What can you tell us about this whipsawed market?
Well, what I would say is that this really shows how much stocks, especially tech stocks, have been so highly correlated to any of the latest headlines that come out surrounding geopolitical tensions with Iran. There's still a lot of uncertainty right now, and just having this geopolitical issue just augments some of the other concerns people have right now about tech valuations, about the state of AI, about the outlook for AI spending, AI disruption. All of those things is what investors were focused on prior to the war. And now you have this new element that's coming in that is really overshadowing everything else.
Yeah, I think the question a lot of investors have is like, how long does this overshadow those fundamental questions that you mentioned, Ryan? Because there is a connection when it comes to higher energy prices and then, well, perhaps higher inflation for a longer period of time, and then valuations for these tech firms.
Yeah, absolutely. And the longer we have this sort of uncertainty, the longer the strait is closed, the more questions we have about that, the harder it is to sort of suss out what valuation should be, what fundamentals really look like right now, especially if you're looking at sort of the hardware space and chip makers, which have which count helium as a major component that's built into their products. If you have uncertainty about supply for that, all these other kinds of questions just right now, just like I said, add to the growing level of uncertainty about what the outlook is overall.
Love that we're talking helium right now. Bloomberg's Ryan Wastelka, always great with an update. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it. Well, coming up, Tesla deliveries, they disappoint. Tesla shares are lower. More on EV maker next as Tesla down 3.7% right now. This is Bloomberg Tech.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Sirens set the tone.
Own wealth measured in generations. Long-term wealth built by 125 years of expertise. Brookfield, own what's next.
Whoa. Are you serious? I can't see your screen from here anymore. I can't see you. I can't see it. It disappeared. I'm doing that. Let me see that. What did you do? What? Yeah, college is good. Some cars would be nice. Yeah, we gotta keep these signs. Whoa, that's off limits. With this new privacy display, we just out with privacy. And what we share, now you see it, now you don't, now you see it, now you don't. Yeah, man, cut the defense there. That's a lot after both. Your phone do that?
To the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shariani in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
All right, we're going to go to Times News about the analysis on the strategic loss by Trump. Now, of course, this is an anti-Trump clip, but I think it's important to listen to Times Radio and get their perspective on what's going on.
he's recognizes, certainly from the Pentagon, there are certain things that are very difficult to do and could cost a lot of lives, American lives, of course. It's costing plenty of Lebanese and Iranian lives already.
President Trump gave a nationwide address to Americans about the war earlier this morning, our time. It was a pull together of some of his comments to reporters and his social media posts of the last few days. He said the war was near completion, but before then, he would hit Iran and Iran's people hard.
Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable.
It's not regime change, though, is it? Because the regime is still in place. He keeps saying that. There's clearly a message that he worked out on this because it's different people, therefore it's a new regime. He said that multiple times. And in many ways, this was a summary of everything he said in the last couple of days. There was also a message to the rest of the world, which is not unfamiliar either. He said it was up to countries that need oil from the Gulf to take responsibility for the Strait of Hormuz.
The countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy.
So it should be easy. While oil prices rose and Asian stock markets fell after that speech by Donald Trump, Brent crude is currently $107 a barrel. Stephen Erlanger is the chief diplomatic correspondent for you in Europe for the New York Times and joins me now. Good morning.
Good morning.
I mean, what did you make of what we heard from Donald Trump? It sounded to us like it was a speech meant for a domestic audience.
Well, it was meant for a domestic audience. It's his first speech, actually, about the war. Which was kind of a surprise to Americans as well as to the rest of the world. I don't think he said very much that was new. I think he summarized it properly. It was a kind of compilation of what he's been saying. It's a compilation of mixed messages that he's been delivering for quite a long time now about the real objectives that he has for ending the war. It was interesting that he seemed to pull away, unless he's lying, he seemed to pull away from the idea of a ground operation to take the highly enriched uranium or any other part of Iran. He said it would be another 2-3 weeks without really identifying why. And in general, what he said about the Strait of Hormuz is kind of odd, simply because Europe, for instance, gets very little oil out of the Strait of Hormuz. Most of it goes to India, China, Asia. And those countries seem not interested at all in opening up the Strait of Hormuz. So that was a bit odd. And the most important thing to me, I think, for people in Europe, including Britain, is his threat to pull out of NATO. He was silent on that. I mean, he vents his frustrations. I think, even though he's been kind of calmed down on it again, we'll see. Marco Rubio said we would have time after the war to consider all that. So I think it's not imminent, but it did certainly cause a flutter of hearts yesterday.
Yeah, flutter of hearts is one way of putting it. I mean, he had, as you mentioned there, he had indicated that he would be raising this question of NATO in his speech, and he didn't do that. Do you get the sense that Donald Trump is realizing his own limitations here?
I mean, there is obviously concern domestically about prices going up, and there was a sense from that speech of just hold out a little bit longer, I've got this covered. I wonder whether he's recognizing that, you know, in embarking on this conflict, he is in some ways weakened.
I don't know if he recognizes that. I think he recognizes, certainly from the Pentagon, there's certain things that are very difficult to do and could cost a lot of lives, American lives, of course. It's costing plenty of Lebanese and Iranian lives already. And I think he doesn't want to push that. That's a cost I don't think he wants to bear. So in that sense, it's limited. I mean, he can argue, as many have said, that this has been very successful. It has knocked the Iranian regime back many, many months, certainly probably years. It has made the prospect of any nuclear weapon, should Iran choose to pursue one, much harder to do. It has chopped away a lot of their ballistic missile production and drone production. It has been, you know, militarily a resounding success. Strategically, to me, it feels like a failure. It feels like a loss, because what the United States and Israel wanted to do in Iran, which was to change the regime, to have the people take over, to create a different kind of Iran that's no threat to the region, that certainly hasn't happened. I don't think it's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 weeks either.
It is also incredibly brutal language, and it's interesting that you've highlighted there that, you know, Donald Trump hasn't talked about a ground invasion in maybe the way that he was talking about it previously, but talking about bombing the Iranian people back to the Stone Age, it is really brutal stuff.
It is brutal stuff. It's very crude. I mean, Donald Trump talks in a very crude way, and he seems, as I could say this, as he gets older, he seems to be less concerned about doing so in public as opposed to private. In private, he can be very, very tough in his language. He can also be cordial to people that he wants to flatter or whom he likes, but his public utterances have become cruder, I think, and it seems obviously not very humane. When he talks about bombing them to the Stone Age, I think he tried, you know, he would say he's talking about the Islamic regime, but of course it is the country at large. And he still threatens to bomb their electricity plants and desalination plants, and the sort of things we say when Putin does in Ukraine is a war crime. And would be a war crime to bomb civilian infrastructure. But he threatened it again last night.
Finally, Stephen, what do you think the Trump administration would make of the conversation that's now gaining traction here about not necessarily rejoining the EU, but certainly closer ties with the EU at the expense of our American relationship?
Well, I do think you're right that history has changed. You know, I covered Brexit. I was on Britain then, and I understood why it happened. I think people feel a little differently now. Brexit hasn't delivered some of the things people said that it would, but nothing ever delivers what people
You know, but the thing is that being part of the EU didn't deliver for the British either. I think the trend for globalization is starting to wane, and there is a move towards localization.
But at the same time, I do think the point that America is turning away from Europe is less committed to NATO, Article 5. It's an open question whether the United States would actually commit in real terms to Article 5. I think Britain as a nuclear power, but sitting outside between the big powers, I think a closer relationship to Europe is something Britain might want. It's certainly something Europe wants. And if Europe is interested, which it is, in its own defense, in building up the European pillar of NATO and standing more alone and covering conventional deterrence, against Russia, which the United States wants it to do, then Europe desperately wants a very well-trained British military, even though it's quite tiny, with a nuclear deterrent. That makes sense. Europe without Britain is a less powerful, less interesting defensive pillar of anything.
Stephen Erlanger, thank you very much for joining us on the program this morning.
Thank you, Kate.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver drops and lozenges. You can get it in honey flavor, cherry flavor, honey and lemon, and also blueberry. Very high quality. You can also get the orange splash with vitamin C and the Manuka honey lozenges. The lozenges and the drops are made from structural nanosilver, help to neutralize. This is very important during the allergy season and the cold season. The moment you have that throat irritation, take them right away. These drops are better than the other lozenges that you may purchase at the store because this has structural nanosilver and it will help to neutralize. Those other drops don't neutralize. They just help with the throat irritation. So these drops and lozenges are better for you. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure that you use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Developing. Iran has hidden uranium stockpiles.
Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks.
President Trump touting the success of Operation Epic Fury, the commander-in-chief praising the U.S. military for dismantling the capabilities of the terror regime in Iran. Joining us now is Mark Dubowitz, who's CEO of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. I know you know more about this than just about anybody, so it's great to have you here. The Iranian military is saying this about the hidden stockpiles, that the centers you think you have targeted are insignificant and our strategic military productions take place in locations of which you have no knowledge and will never reach. Is that just bluster? Is he the new Baghdad Bob?
Yeah, Dana, thanks for having me. Look, a lot of bravado from the Iranians. I mean, I think when you're losing and getting beaten this badly, you resort to rhetoric because actions are no longer sufficient to keep you in power. I think we know where they are, and the U.S. and Israeli intelligence have eyes into everything. I mean, as we know, the Israelis have penetrated the security and intelligence apparatus of the Iranian regime for many, many years, which has allowed them to go after and take out nuclear scientists and top-level commanders. So we have eyes into everything. We hope that there isn't a covert enrichment facility, but if there is, we hope our intelligence community can find it.
Okay. The president also says that he will finish the job in Iran, and he said this about media coverage. That media coverage of the war in the U.S. has been so relentlessly negative that Iran's leaders may really believe that they are winning. Excuse me, this is the Wall Street Journal editorial report. Trump assured them that he plans to continue the war to devastating effect if they don't abandon their nuclear and terror ambitions. He made no offer of a ceasefire. I do wonder if some people thought that last night the president was going to say, okay, yeah, we're done, I'm out. And that's not what he said.
Yeah, well, that certainly was the media narrative. The president was going to declare victory, he was going to pull the plug, and he was going to leave. And they got it completely wrong. And I think that Wall Street Journal editorial is exactly right. I mean, I think the media narrative is feeding into an Iranian delusion that they're actually winning. And that's making it less likely that they're going to agree to any diplomatic off-ramp, and more likely that in the coming weeks, President Trump is going to escalate and strike at even more of the Iranian targets to remove and destroy their war-making capabilities. And in effect, the media is making it more likely that we're going to have war and less likely that we're going to have diplomatic deals.
So NATO has a little bit, its nose is a little bit out of joint, but they're caught between, I guess, Iran and a hard place, right? Because they depend on this oil. The world should have an open Strait of Hormuz. What do you think about his calls to NATO to get involved here and help defend it?
I think he's exactly right. Look, I mean, we've gotten incredible support from our non-NATO allies, from the Israelis, from the Emiratis, from the Saudis. I mean, we're getting great support from our Gulf allies who want the president to continue this war and destroy the war-making capabilities of this regime. And yet NATO, with a few exceptions, has really not stood up. I think the president is saying, stand up. We don't get our energy from the Gulf, you do, and you need to provide actual material support, like ships and minesweepers and things that will actually help clear the straits and get oil and natural gas moving to your markets. So I think NATO's going to take this seriously. I worry that the president's going so frustrated with NATO that he may actually withdraw the United States from NATO, which I think would be a catastrophic error. But
Mark,
he's serious.
we just have about 20 seconds left. Could you just tell people something you told our producers? But what's the alternative if this doesn't work out?
Well, the alternative, the trajectory Iran was on, was to have nuclear-tipped intercontinental ballistic missiles targeting the American homeland, to have 10,000 missiles, 500,000 drones, a military built by China and Russia, and about $1 trillion in economic relief. And then they would have a permanent stranglehold over the Gulf, over the energy markets, and over the global economy. So President Trump had to move before that lethal end state was reached.
Mark Dubowitz, Foundation for Defense of Democracies, thanks for being on the show. We'll see you next week, I'm sure. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
All right, we're going to go to MS Now. Morning Joe with Mika. And guess what? Her father, Brzezinski, was a failure under the Carter administration. But they're going to warn you about what Trump is doing is bad for the country. Meanwhile, you have to remember, this 47-year bullshit with Iran started under Carter.
Trump has said on multiple occasions that no one could have predicted Iran would attack its Middle Eastern neighbors if it was struck by the US and Israel. Trump has said his administration was shocked by it. But back in 2012, my father, Dr. Zbigniew Brzezinski, not only predicted it, he clearly laid out the global implications of a new war in the Middle East and America's limits in controlling the outcome.
If the issues posed in a way in which they have to, in effect, abjectly capitulate, then I think a great many of them will say, no, this is a country of 80 million people. And they know that while we can inflict enormous damage on them, they can hurt us a lot. Charlie, we have been now in 2 10-year-long wars. We have wasted an enormous amount of financial wealth, not to speak of lives. Our position in the world has deteriorated. Can you imagine what the consequences would be for us if the conflict in Afghanistan expanded because of the Iranians? If Iraq was massively destabilized? If Bahrain was set on fire? If the northeastern...
But he's saying this in 2012 when we were still involved in Iraq and Afghanistan. This is totally different now. And oh, by the way, our military technology is far more advanced now than it was in 2012. I mean, get fucking real. And oh, by the way, well, now there is drone technology. And guess what? In 2012, it wasn't so much of a problem of China and the Taiwan issue because we didn't have to deal with President Xi and the white paper saying that they wanted Taiwan in 2027. So the world is totally different now. And oh, by the way, in 2012, we didn't have energy security. That only came with fracking, and that came to fruition around 2014 to 2016, when we became energy dominant. So the world's totally different here. Totally different. This is pre-COVID too, where, you know, there was a little bit of a warning sign here. You know, biological warfare is a real thing. So the world's totally different. But are we supposed to take the advice of Dr. Brzezinski when it was literally his fuck up during Carter's administration on the start of this horse crap for the last 47 years? He was in charge. He was the national security advisor.
Where they have the capacity to ignite all of that. To ignite, yes. To prevail, no. But in the meantime, the consequences, the costs would be cumulative. And oil prices would go through the roof. Yes, and the global economy will be affected. So we're playing with fire here.
Yeah. And we have a lot more oil now. And the United States is in control of Venezuela. And see the issue here? And at that time, Russia could have gotten into the war. But now, because they're so focused on Ukraine, and they're a little busy in Ukraine. So the whole chessboard, for the ones that don't know, he wrote a book about the strategic chessboard of the world. All right, that's the reason why I said that. All right, the chessboard has changed. And what, are we supposed to just let Iran have a nuclear weapon? After seeing what's happening in the region? Are we supposed to just let them rain terror? They literally said that they want to kill us. Hello? They put a hit on Rushdie, took his eye out. I mean, you probably want to pay attention if the Ayatollah says that they're going to put a hit on you. So are we supposed to not do anything? What's the answer, Dr. Brzezinski? And this was the reason why Carter failed. Pacifist.
So we've heard time and time again, John Lemire, from people in the administration, we could have never seen this coming. Who could have ever seen this coming? Dr. Brzezinski saw this coming 14 years ago. I must say also the men and women who have war gamed this.
Right. The Pentagon knew that this was coming. They've been doing it for at least the minimum 5-year war plan. Minimum 5 years. That means that they've been planning this operation in Iran during the Biden administration.
People like Dr. Brzezinski over the past 3-4 decades have war gamed this. They've all come to the same conclusion. We had an oil crisis in, I think, 73. We had another oil crisis, or 74, another oil crisis in 79. They understood the chokehold that Iran had over the Straits and the chokehold that would have.
And that second oil crisis was under Dr. Brzezinski and Carter.
Over the prices of oil across the world, because again, children, if you're staying at home and say, well, let's just drill, baby, drill. Well, that's great, but oil, are you ready? Get your number 2 pencils out, get your notebook out. Oil is a global commodity. If oil goes up in Europe and in Asia, oil goes up in America. So anyway, but a couple things here.
But because refineries use different densities of oil, take your number 2 pencil out, Morning Joe. Get your notebook out, Morning Joe. Different refineries use different viscosities of oil. Not all oil is equal. Middle Eastern oil is a little bit different than Texas crude. And guess what? Yes, oil is a global commodity, but they're not all equal. And so therefore there are price fluctuations, and the spreads between these different viscosities change. So it's a little bit more complicated. Morning, Joe. What happened to his career when he was in Congress? Didn't he have a staffer that just seemed to just like die? Wonder what happened there. Morning, Joe.
Going down this list, this wasn't hard to see. The first thing that Dr. Brzezinski said would happen, which of course the president, everybody else says, oh, we're shocked that this actually happened. Dr. Brzezinski said Bahrain would be set on fire. Saudi Arabia would be attacked. The oil fields would be set on fire. Charlie Rose asks, can they prevail? He said, no, Iran cannot prevail, but they can cause us significant damage.
So we hit them as hard as we can and try to minimize the damage and rebuild. But it's better to destroy the Ayatollah's regime. It is better to destroy the IRGC and take the pain than to allow them to have nuclear weapons or other weapons of mass destruction. Because if you don't, if you only do it half-heartedly or don't do it at all, they're going to kill you.
We're playing with fire. That's the reason why I had somebody who saw this Dr. Brzezinski clip, a journalist who's been around for about as long as Dr. Brzezinski's been around, texting me late last night saying, smart guy, that Dr. Brzezinski. This is why every president before Donald Trump did not go into Iran, despite the fact they would have loved their
because they were afraid. They were afraid. And that's the problem. George Bush Sr., even Reagan. Reagan was afraid. Tanker wars? They didn't really solve the problem. They tried to de-escalate because they were worried about how Russia would get involved during the Cold War. So if you don't believe me, go to YouTube and start typing in Operation Praying Mantis and the Tanker Wars, all right, that took place in the 80s. So even Reagan was afraid. Carter was afraid. And it all started with the Iran hostage crisis. Bush Jr. had a war plan that if they were successful in Iraq and Afghanistan, which we weren't, that they were going to use a pincer move and put pressure on Iran with a two-front war. That was the game plan. But it didn't work. It didn't work. So at least Bush Jr. was willing to move in that direction. But all the other presidents, including Trump 1.0, was a chicken shit. And now it got to the point where they had 60% enrichment. You got to kick ass, because going from 60% to weapon grade is a hop, skip, and a jump away. Now we're going to allow that to happen? Are we going to be a pacifist? Morning, Joe? What are you going to do with 60% enrichment when you have a theocratic regime that wants to kill you? What do you do? See, it's too easy to be a fucking liberal. It's too easy to just say, well, you know, there wasn't an immediate damage. There wasn't an immediate issue with Iran for the United States. Maybe for Israel, but not for the United States. So America first, and we shouldn't do anything. Well, what happened if they actually launched a nuclear missile? Then is it imminent danger? Well, from the liberal point of view, no, because you're not really sure that if it's going to hit you. Well, what happens if it's just halfway over the Atlantic Ocean? To the liberal, they could say, well, maybe it'll hit Canada. When is it to a point where you have to make a move? And the point I'm making here is that the liberal, it's always too late.
To have been toppling the Ayatollah's government.
Yeah, Dr. Brzezinski saw this coming. Most foreign policy experts saw this coming. There are those in the Trump administration who suspected this could come, but the president and his top leaders ignored it because they were so taken with their success in Venezuela that they thought the same thing would happen here. That's how it's been explained to me. That connects to the speech last night, too. The speech last night was the kind of speech President Trump should have given at the beginning of the war. Here's why we're doing this. He didn't then, because he didn't think he needed to, because he thought it would be a conflict that would only last a few days, a week or two at most, and therefore he wouldn't really have to explain the stakes to the American people. Well, we're now...
John, let me ask you. You just said he only thought this would be a conflict that would last a couple of days, a week or two. Who does that sound like? Vladimir Putin going into Ukraine? See, we live in the age of asymmetrical warfare. The age of asymmetrical warfare where weaker countries...
What the fuck is this guy talking about? It's not an age of asymmetrical warfare. There was symmetrical warfare against the Roman Empire. We did asymmetric warfare during the revolution. Almost every fucking war ever in human history has been asymmetric. That doesn't mean that all battles are asymmetric, but there was asymmetric warfare in every single battle, somehow, to some degree. Morning, Joe. Fuck, this guy is such a dipshit. Morning, Joe.
May not be able to prevail outright, but they can bleed dry another country. You look at Russia, who thought they were going to have Kiev in 3 days. 1 million Russian troops maybe have died, 1.3, 1.4 million casualties. Their economy's been wrecked. They haven't been able to take over the Donbass, despite the fact the administration keeps lying and saying that Russia is about to take over the Donbass. Ukraine better to make a deal fast. The Ukrainians say, yeah, no, we're fine. Eat this drum, Russia. And that continues. With the words that you just said, you apply that not only to Ukraine and Russia, but now to the United States and Iran. I think we're doing much better, obviously, than Russia is as far as degrading military assets. But this is the new world we're living in. And I just have to underline it again. If Donald Trump didn't hate Zelensky so much, if Donald Trump didn't hate Ukraine so much, if the administration didn't have such contempt for Ukraine, they would have called them before the war and said, listen, we're going to go in there. We know the Iranians have been supplying drones to Russia. Tell us, how do we stop them? They hated them so much that they didn't do that a month or 2 months or 3 months in advance. If they had, this war would have looked radically different, mainly
he's making a good
for
point
our
here.
Gulf region allies.
This is a good
who are
point,
getting pounded every day.
Yeah, the parallels here are uncanny. Ukraine still making an offer today to help. The administration is turning it down. So a few other things about last night. So President Trump was meant to be framing this. This is why we're doing it. I don't know how effective that was. In fact, I heard from a number of people, Democrats, Republicans alike, who was like, what was the point of that speech? It didn't really go anywhere. There was nothing new. But I do think, Mika, it is interesting. We should dwell on a couple things that he didn't say.
Yeah.
Yes, there was the vague timeline of, oh, this will be 2 to 3 weeks. There was some thought before he took the podium last night that he was going to actually announce an end to this conflict.
Right.
The markets were hoping he would. So when he didn't, they fell last night. Number two, there's talk, I reported yesterday, the Pentagon has presented the president with 2 distinct military options. I wrote about this yesterday afternoon. One would be taking troops to Karg Island, try to seize those energy productions. The other would be into Iran to take their uranium materials to try to prevent them from ever getting a weapon. They're ready to go. The assets are in place. The president just has to give the go-ahead. He has not yet. He may never. But those options are ready now. For the first time in this conflict, he could say yes. And then the last thing that thankfully did not happen last night, there were rumors widespread throughout Europe yesterday. The president was going to use his speech last night that announced he's pulling out of NATO, or that he was going to pull out, or at least say, we're moving our troops. We're going to begin the process of withdrawing from that alliance. That didn't happen. There were some criticisms of allies, but not to the point that was feared. But of course, that will be a worry that persists in the days and weeks ahead, as long as the Strait of Hormuz remains closed.
But if I say something about that, he didn't say that. No one should kid themselves. No one in Europe any longer believes that the American commitment to come to Europe's defense and under Article 5 exists. We are now in, if you will, a post-NATO moment.
Yes, we can.
It is dramatically changed.
Oh, yeah, sure. Joe, real quick.
Well, it has, and even in the first Trump administration, there came a point where Angela Merkel.
People are not paying attention. Another great reason that NATO is weak is that the 3 major NATO partners, Germany, France, England, they're all on a debt cliff. They can't afford it. Their social programs have destroyed their country. Their unfettered immigration policy has destroyed their culture. So if you're destroying your culture and you don't have the funds because your economy is in the dumpster, don't you think that you'd be weak and that NATO is weak? Yeah, I think so.
We have to stop looking to America. We're going to have to start looking east. We're going to have to start looking to China. We're going to have to start looking to others because we can't depend on America anymore. That was in 2018. It'll be very interesting to see what happens how close he goes up to the line, and whether it's just rhetoric or whether he steps up.
Oh, really?
I suspect.
Oh, really? Really, Morning Joe? Let's take a look at what let's take a look at what the financial markets are saying. Because I would think that what the financial markets are saying is more of an indicator of really where's the safe haven. Currency markets are stable. Actually, the dollar's strengthening. All right. You have the yen trading at 159 to the US dollar. All right. The higher the number, the stronger the dollar is to the yen. Euro is trading at 115. The way he would be talking, it should be trading at 119, 120, 130. It's not. So actually the financial markets and currency is saying that actually the safe haven is the US dollar, not the euro, not the Japanese yen, not the Chinese yuan. Who do you believe? The financial markets, or do you believe Morning Joe? And we still don't know what happened to his aide. You know, what happened to her? Be interesting.
Had to do that for a variety of reasons. A lot of that has to do with the fact that, despite the fact that they are mute right now, Republicans in the Senate would object to it. I just want to say in closing, this block, I want to say the president may not have said everything that people wanted to say. I'm glad he spoke to the American people. He may not have expressed himself in the way that everybody wanted him to express himself, but our commander-in-chief needs to communicate regularly with the American people about what's going on in this war, one of the most significant wars we've had certainly since 2003. So we have a lot of.
What is this guy talking about? This guy, Trump, when he goes to the plane, he's talking to the press, he's talking about it. When he's on the plane, he's talking about it. When he's in the Oval Office, he's talking about it. When he goes for some sort of rally, he's talking about it. What is he talking? What is Morning Joe talking about that Trump doesn't talk about the situation? He talks about it almost every day. He's just not listening. The Pentagon is giving you an update on what they're doing almost every day. So what is he talking about? Now let's go back to Biden's administration, where he wouldn't even talk to the press at all. Zero at all. So where's the reality of this? Trump talks about this to the American public all the time. Now, it may not be in a formal setting in the Oval Office or in the East Wing or whatever, right? East Room, I guess it's called. But he talks about it almost every day. How do I know? Hell, I do these videos almost every day. I'm covering it every day. So I know it's happening. But this is the problem with mainstream media. Just because it comes out of Morning Joe's mouth, just because it comes out of Anderson Cooper's mouth, it must be the gospel. And not really paying attention to, some of the real data. Like Brzezinski, his strategy set this in motion where we have 47 years of bullshit with Iran. And created a momentum of being passive. Now, to change that momentum, George Bush Jr., he tried to change that momentum. But unfortunately, he was not successful. But our energy dominance, our military accuracy is far greater now than it has ever been, especially when you take a look at where we were at in 2012. Now, if you start talking to the Navy, they're saying, actually, the Navy started to degrade after the Gulf War. It was just starting to degrade. And not enough investment was going into the Navy. And so this is taking place in 92, 93, 94. And as our Navy started to degrade, and we started shipping jobs overseas and lost military prowess, especially in our naval fleet, we started to weaken. So by the time we get to 2012, which is during Obama's administration, we had a degraded Navy. Where's this, Morning Joe? Where's this, Brzezinski? So it takes someone like Trump to rebuild the military and then had the opportunity to use it. It takes time to rebuild the military. And if we don't do anything in Iran, if we don't knock out the regime, another president's going to have to deal with this. And it's going to be Iran's probably going to be even more belligerent. We have to win. We have to win. We don't have a choice. But you have mainstream media, and none of them seems to be on Team America. They're on Team Putin or Team Iran, Team Ayatollah. But none of them. Morning Joe, is he really on Team America? I don't think so. Is CNN on Team America? They're on Team Hate Trump. Whatever Trump does, complain about it. That's CNN. But people need to wake up. We have to kill the Ayatollah's regime and the IRGC. They cannot be able to reconstitute. Because if they do, it's going to cause havoc in the world. You have to absolutely kill the enemy with no quarter. And this is the problem that I have with Trump, is that he's not willing to go all the way.
Still that need to be answered. But I suspect if ground troops do eventually go in, they try to take those islands in the straits to guarantee free passage of oil even after the United States leaves. That's something the president needs to explain either before it happens or while it is happening. The Americans need to be kept informed from their commander-in-chief.
Okay, we still have to get to the politics of this, and we do have John Heilman standing by for that. Coming up, we're going to talk about new polling.
All right, we're going to go to Steve Ratner to take a look at opening the Strait of Hormuz is critical. He's going to deal with the economics of this. He does a good job, even though he's a damn liberal. But let's, before we pivot over to Steve Ratner, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Omega-3 is going to help with your cardiovascular health. You know, you're probably watching my show and you're probably going to have a heart attack because it seems like we're surrounded by stupid people. All these people that have a soapbox on mainstream media hate Trump. And so what it does is, you know, they can form public opinion because of their mouth. So instead of having a heart attack, take omega-3 to help with your cardiovascular health. Omega-3 will bring down inflammation and allow you to control your lipid profile to reduce plaque formation. Because having a heart attack is a really bad thing. Clarity factor. This is going to get rid of that brain fog so you can dissect the bullshit from Morning Joe. But clarity factor will also help to produce this positive neuroplasticity. So your dendritic connections will improve, your neurons will be more connected, you'll be thinking faster and have better memory. This is a very powerful neurostack. You should be taking this every day to improve your brain health. And vitamin D3, dual purpose. This is going to help with gene expression so your cells perform properly. It'll help to get rid of cells that are infected. It'll help to build denser bone. It'll help you to absorb calcium, and you do resistance training. This will help to create more bone matrix and deposit that bone matrix. Vitamin D3, super important to take. It even helps your cardiovascular health. So if you stack this, vitamin D3 will help with your cardiovascular health and gene expression, right? Clarity factor, very powerful neurostack. Omega-3 helps with cardiovascular health. So this is a powerful stack right here. Noticing what are we kind of like focusing on here? Cardiovascular, brain function, denser bone. These are all things that start to degrade when you get older. So it's really important to try to mitigate that aging process so you have more longevity, more vitality. So please go to my store, get the D3, Clarity Factor, and the Omega-3. It's a powerful stack. If you want to live longer, pay attention to me. If not, then listen to Morning Joe.
Essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up.
President Trump last night saying the Strait of Hormuz will open up naturally when the war with Iran is over. That comes as more than 30 countries will meet virtually today to discuss ways to get heavy traffic moving again through the strait. The meeting will be chaired by the UK's Foreign Secretary. The United States will not attend. Let's bring in former Treasury official and Morning Joe economic analyst Steve Ratner with charts on the importance of that key waterway and the other economic impacts of the war. Steve, let's start with the Strait of Hormuz. Does it just open up naturally?
I don't honestly see how, Mika. Look, I think of all the things the president said last night, that was one of the most incredible. You brought in Dr. Brzezinski earlier in the show. Let me bring in Colin Powell's doctrine, the Pottery Barn doctrine, which is if you break it, you own it. We broke it. We should own it. And the idea that we're just going to go leave and let the Europeans somehow figure out the Strait of Hormuz is really ridiculous. So let's, as a reminder, as you say, talk about how important the Strait of Hormuz is. 20% of the world's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. 20% of the oil. And of course, these are countries that are familiar to people: Saudi Arabia, Iraq, the United Arab Emirates, Iran, Kuwait, and Qatar all depend on the strait. There are a couple of pipelines that get a little bit of the oil out of there, but virtually all of it has to pass through the strait. We have no alternative. This oil disruption, many of us remember the 1970s. Again, we're doing a little bit of history today. The 1970s cost us less than 10% of the world's oil. This is 20% of the world's oil. So this is the largest oil supply disruption in history by a factor of 2, going all the way back to the Suez Crisis in 1956.
Yeah, I know, Steve, if Bernie Rees and Richard Haas, the chairman emeritus of the Council on Foreign Relations, is watching this YouTube clip later in the afternoon, which millions of people always watch your YouTube clips of these charts, he will spit his Pim's cup out when he hears what I'm about to say to you. And I'd love to get your read on it. Richard Haas and Donald Trump actually struck a similar theme, whether either one of them know that or would want to admit it. Richard Haas's idea is blockade the strait. And if you blockade the strait and say, if either everything gets out or nothing gets out, and that will force Iran into a position where they have to strike a deal with us. Whereas the president is saying it will naturally reopen itself because the Iranians don't have any other economic choice at the end of the day. Speak to both of those things, your thoughts on what Richard said, and also just the logic of the president saying, at some point, the Iranians are going to have no other option than to open up the strait.
Yeah, let's start with the president, because that was kind of gobbledygook. Yes, the Iranians may want the strait open for their oil, but it doesn't mean they have to open it for everybody else's oil. They essentially control the strait through those 3 or 4 small islands, right where the strait is only about 21 miles wide, and they can turn that on and off at their will, and they're doing that now. There are reports that some tankers are paying them as much as $2 million to allow them to get through the strait. So they're like a policeman at a toll booth, and they decide which cars go through the toll booth. So the idea that because they want to get their oil out, they're going to let everybody else's oil out, doesn't make any sense in the world to me. And then if you turn that around, and so if you take that first point, then I think Richard actually has a point, that if they're going to use it to just get their own oil out and nobody else's, then you should think about blockading the strait. Now, that doesn't comport with the president saying we're going to leave in 2 or 3 weeks. That would put us in a position of, just like we blockaded Cuba back in the 1960s, that would put us in a position of having to keep a lot of military assets there for a long time.
So Steve, let's move to your second chart and we talk about the ripple effects. It's not just high gas prices. It goes out into food prices and fertilizer and everything else, but also interest rates, what people might be paying as they try to buy a home or credit cards or anything else.
Yeah, I mean, Joe made the right point at the beginning of the show about how oil is a worldwide commodity. The president said, well, we've got all that we need. We have all that we need, but it trades on world markets, and therefore our prices of oil go up as well. And by the way, you can see, as you mentioned at the beginning, the market reaction. Not only are stocks going to be down significantly today, but oil prices are up significantly today because the market did not hear any solution to this problem. But let's look at what the impact is on us. So we use, obviously, gasoline at the pump and so forth, but it also filters all the way through our economy in other ways that may not be obvious. Airline fares may be a little bit obvious. Fertilizer for food, which then causes food prices to go up, diesel prices for truckers, which causes the cost of all goods to go up, all a factor in this. And so what's been happening is that the economists have been gradually raising their inflation forecasts for this year. Inflation was running at about 2.4%, as low as 2.4% before this started. That was the Federal Reserve's projection. Now you have people like the OECD, respected international group, saying it could be as high as 4%.
First of all, it's a forecast. Second of all, the spread between 2.7 to 4.2 is so large. And the Federal Reserve makes their decision based on their projections, not other people's projections. And it's the Federal Reserve that's that raises the federal funds rate or lowers it. So if the Federal Reserve is saying, well, pre-war 2.4%, post-war as of March 31st, 2.7%, even if you add 0.3 to that, you're still at just 3%. It's not that big of a deal. It's not going to be 4.2%. I mean, things would have to really get bad for it to go to 4.2. It's possible, but there's lower probability. The probability is that we're probably going to be a little bit more, at the 2.8, 2.9 range.
%2 this year, and all of that is way above the Fed's target of 2%. Even the Fed thinks 2.7%. So what does that mean? It means that the Fed will not be able to cut interest rates the way it expected to. Here's where we thought interest rates were going before the war started, down, 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 trying to get mortgages more affordable, trying to get car loans more affordable. Now we see them staying higher for longer, eventually, hopefully going down. But this also has a major effect on consumers. So this will have a significant effect on our economy, regardless of what the president wants to say about how we have all the oil and gas that we need.
And Steve, as we move to your last chart, obviously, as you say, oil prices hurting consumers here in the United States and around the world, but they do benefit at least one rogue actor.
Yeah, they do benefit Russia. We had, one of the great ironies of all this is that we did give both Russia and Iran some relief from the oil sanctions that we have against them. And so you can see Russian oil and gas revenues have bounced around based on world prices, but they were, at the moment, because of our sanctions and prices being reasonable, their revenues were pretty low. We are giving them $17 billion a month of extra revenue because of higher oil prices and because we're letting more of their oil into the world market. So this is a bit of a gift for Russia. And this may continue, and both the impact on Russia and the impact on our own consumers, because if you look at what the market is expecting for oil prices, you have the big jump, of course, but even all the way out here 5 years, the market believes that oil prices will be higher than it thought before this war started, because there's been infrastructure destroyed, There's been now a lot of concerns about supply lines and supply chains. And so the impact of all this could be fairly long-standing. And so again, I think the president was pretty Pollyannish last night about what the actual impact will be.
All right, Morning Joe, economic analyst Steve Ratner, as always, thank you very much for bringing the charts.
All right, let's listen into France 24 and their reaction to Trump's address.
Is also watched closely by his allies in Israel. For more on that, let's bring in France 24's correspondent there, Nova Channel Postgate in Jerusalem. Nova, what kind of reaction has there been in Israel to Trump's speech?
Well, it's an interesting question because today is the first day of the Passover festival in Israel, and so the government has had that as an excuse not to respond. But behind the scenes, there is confusion on the one hand. The Israeli public now is beginning to grasp that Israel's interests are not in the top of Donald Trump's mind. He barely mentioned Israel. And before giving this speech in a sort of offhand remark yesterday, he said he wasn't worried about the nuclear threat from Iran. He said we can look at it from the skies. We can see it from above. And this leaves Prime Minister Netanyahu in a very, very tight spot. Prime Minister Netanyahu just a month and a month ago, when this war started, promised Israelis regime change, not just saying regime change, but he actually promised that the Iranian regime would fall. And he promised that Israelis would be free of the nuclear threat from Iran. And it now appears that neither of these are top of mind for Donald Trump. And it also appears clear and clear to Israelis that only Donald Trump will decide the timeline for this war. So joining other countries like the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Israel is now clearly facing a situation where the outcome of this war, if in fact it ends in the timeline that Donald Trump outlined, without any of the major issues resolved in favor of the American position, it would leave Israel more exposed, in greater danger than it was before. So I think that for the Israeli government, this has been, I would say, a blessed festival day in which they haven't yet had to respond, but they will. We should expect something by this evening.
And Nova, given all that you're saying, I mean, is that just another sign that cracks are perhaps starting to show in support for the Israeli government and Benjamin Netanyahu?
Indeed, a few remarkable things have been seen here in Israel, Jeannie. For one, an Israel Democracy Institute poll shows that while a majority of Israelis still support this war as they perceive it, as something that could secure safety for Israelis, the support has plummeted by 20 points in just 1 month. So over 90% supported this war at its start, and a month later, we're down to a little bit over 70% of the total Israeli population, including Jews and Arabs. There's that. And on the other hand, a really astonishing rift has broken out into the public between the Israeli army and the Israeli government. Yesterday, the chief of staff of the Israeli army issued his second stark warning in under a week. He wrote a letter to Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition accusing them of basically forsaking him and Israeli army soldiers. He said that the army is accusing him of acting out of weakness, accusing him of responding to the calls from, quote, left-wing TV stations, whereas in fact, he says he is watching out for the well-being of the military and its norms. He said this specifically regarding an incident in which Israeli soldiers attacked a CNN crew and he then punished them. He suspended the brigade. And he said, on the other hand, that the government is failing to pass a budget that could sustain this military effort and failing, moreover, to pass a draft law which would allow him to bring in much needed more personnel. So we really are seeing an open breach, and we should keep an eye on that over the next few days as well.
Nova, thanks for that. France 24's Nova Channel Postgate reporting from Jerusalem.
All right. Well, all right. I'm going to pivot over to Bloomberg talking about Trump's threat on Iranian civilian sites. please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lignans. This will help to bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals. This is going to help to boost up the immune system and the endocrine system. It also helps with brain function and cardiovascular health. By bringing down inflammation and soaking up free radicals, you're reducing stress, you're reducing plaque formation, you're helping your neurons to be healthy. That's really important. Bringing down inflammation is key, is a major vector to slowing down the aging process. So please go to my store and get the lignans. You can take it with or take it separately. Ashwagandha root. Ashwagandha root will help to control your blood glucose levels and your cortisol levels. Bring down inflammation, super important. It'll help to boost up that immune system, help with your cardiovascular system. And when you're bringing down inflammation, you're bringing down stress around the neuron, you're maintaining that neural network, super important. So please make sure you take the ashwagandha root every day. And like I said, you can stack it with the lignans and the turmeric together to get the max benefit. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
The way it looks is improvisational, and by that I don't mean slapdash. I mean a situation where there's much less reliance on established institutions like the United Nations or kind of established ways of doing business, like in the Cold War, where the United States and the Soviet Union ended up checking in on each other. The watchword of Trump foreign policy is interdependence, and that's the way the diplomacy runs too, I think. But there's now an outlet for potential diplomacy here.
I listened carefully. Wonderful interview on CNN yesterday with John Bolton. And Terry, I thought of you actually, and that there's this whole effort to try to find a real politic of John Mearsheimer of Chicago and realists out there, even Robert D. Kaplan, talking here about these are the facts right now. Is there any real politic to the Donald Trump foreign policy, or is it truly just an ad hoc as we're observing?
No, I think but I think it's possible to be both realpolitik and in a bit ad hoc. I think markets get distracted by Trump's Eeyorishness, if you will, from that great foreign policy tome, Winnie the Pooh, and kind of the negative aspects of, God, I hate NATO, I hate this, I hate that, and you're all terrible, and miss that, and miss the context. The context is we were, even before this speech, we were going to keep on squeezing on Hormuz and the options. He continues to want European and allied help, which is somewhat being developed, but not completely. But he's not going to get out of NATO. He's not going to cut off the UK while the king is going to come this month, and he's not going to abandon the Middle East. These are major non-NATO allies who are, among other things, major investors in the United States. Thus the interdependence part of this. And he's not going to abandon the situation. And that was always pretty clear, even though markets talked themselves into something otherwise.
Terry, what are the political angles here? If I'm at the Republican National Committee, this is a president that it seems seemingly, just doing everything exact opposite of what I would like to do as it relates to the midterms, whether it be tariffs or a war that nobody seemed to be looking for. What are the politics here?
Well, in a pure political sense, you're absolutely right, Paul. I mean, it's not optimal. It's not an optimal moment, to put it lightly. But that actually increases the gravity of the kind of the geopolitical foreign policy moment, right? I mean, if the wager was we can't wait any longer for whatever reasons, most of which I think are specifically are not known, even though the broad parameters are. The IAEA had been warning for 2.5 years now that Iran was well on its way to getting a bomb. So this is not as if they came up with it out of whole cloth. Politically, it's not great, but then you've got a situation where I'd say two things. One is, you've got 7 months and change now before the midterms. So over half a year, a really long time, particularly when, forgive me, media, we got some ADD media, and we've got an ADD public. So long way to go. And secondly, everything is compared to something else, and people focus on Trump's approval ratings, I think, and forget that he is the most popular political entity in the United States right now. He's more popular than Republicans generally by a little bit. He's more popular than Democrats by a lot. And this is after 6 months of Democrats going on about whatever outrages they want to go on about.
Let me interrupt. This is too important. Terry Haynes with this Pangea. I can't say enough, folks. You need to be on LinkedIn. There's all sorts of reasons. Yuri and Timmers, wonderful work. Whaley at BlackRock is wonderful. And then there's Terry Haynes, who's literally writing his Pangea notes for you on LinkedIn. And they're really, really quite good. Okay, so Terry, I was thunderstruck by the polling of the Democratic Party that I've seen over the last 3, 4, 5 days. It's well into the 20s and even the lower 20s as well. You and I were weaned on Scoop Jackson. We were weaned on Senator Ervin, the great Southern Democrats. We were weaned on the oddity of Mr. Carroll's Lyndon Baines Johnson. Where is that centrist Democrat out there, Terry Haynes?
They don't exist.
Well, there's no, there's probably more oddity than ever. But, you know, but the center gets weaned out in this in this environment over the past 50 years because the political, the way both parties have set themselves up is they reward I would blame people like George McGovern and Gary Hart for this, frankly.
Yes, I agree with that, and I've said that.
It goes back to 72.
You're right. I said this to Senator Hart sitting on Park Avenue years ago. Continue.
But the primary system, which is now binding, where it didn't used to be. I mean, when Adlai Stevenson got nominated in 1952, he got nominated on the basis of his keynote speech in the Chicago Convention, and people started looking around and saying, "Why don't we get that guy?" That sort of thing. And but it rewards, the binding primaries reward extremists. So now what you have are people who are like political junkies, purists, really. Political purists kind of running both party primary outlets, and that tramples on the broad center. And to sort of fix this, you got to fix that.
I got to go to a headline, but Terry, this is too important. So if I'm mayor, is he Mayor Emanuel or Ambassador Emanuel?
I'm not sure.
Ambassador
Trump's mayor.
Yeah, Rob Chicago. Okay, Terry, I mean, where's the place in the next Democratic Party for somewhat centrist like Mayor Emanuel of Chicago?
Well, Ron's trying to carve a place out for himself, frankly, and he's judged quite correctly that there's no more market for purists, but there's plenty of market for pragmatism and kind of wedging your way through, and hopes to appeal in that way. But to do that, though, he of course has to attract money and energy that resides with the purists in the party. So he's swimming against the tide to some extent.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. This can stack with the collagen powder that I have on my store, but you can take it separately. You can also couple this with the super strong relief to relieve pain from your joints. But what collagen will do is help to remodel the joint and reduce the inflammation and the pain. How does it work? It helps to use the collagen type 2 to remodel the cartilage, and glucosamine to help to remodel the cartilage. Now, it'll also help to cushion the joint by using ACAN and chondroitin. Helps to recruit chondroitin. And this is part of the reason why it's important to take the collagen and the collagen together. Now, collagen will also inhibit enzymes that cause erosion of the joint by blocking MMP3 and MMP13. It also helps to reduce inflammation by blocking EP4. So this will help to reduce pain, help to remodel the joint, and stop the erosion. So if you have arthritic pain or a sports injury, it's important to take the collagen. My recommendation is to take the collagen and the collagen And if you want temporary relief of the pain, also take the super strong relief topical that I have on my store. But this is a great way to remodel your joints and get them healthy. If you have joint issues, you want to approach it and try to remodel them early, because you don't want it to fester and cause additional erosion of your cartilage. See, if you wait too long, then you're going to have surgery. But if you slowly rebuild the joint with a little bit of resistance training and taking the proper supplementation, then you're going to be able to have a higher success of remodeling that joint. But if you wait too long to the point where there's complete erosion, you may need surgery. So it's important as you get older, especially if you've had sport injuries, to approach the problem and to mitigate it as soon as possible. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. But you can stack this with the collagen also.
Britain has hosted a meeting of foreign ministers as part of efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, more than 40 countries took part in this virtual talk. The U.S. did not attend. Britain wants focused diplomatic and economic pressure on restoring access to this vital shipping route, which has been largely shut down by the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran. Now, the meeting, it's following statements from the U.S. president that countries relying on oil supplies through the strait should show some courage and just grab it. In her opening remarks, Britain's foreign minister left no doubt who she thought was to blame for the energy shock.
We have seen Iran hijack an international shipping route to hold the global economy hostage. And that Iranian recklessness towards countries who were never involved in this conflict, which we and 130 countries across the world have strongly condemned at the United Nations, is not just hitting mortgage rates and petrol prices and the cost of living here in the UK and in many different countries across the world. It is hitting our global economic security.
And from where I'm joined now by our Brussels correspondent, Terry Schultz. Terry, how important was this meeting?
Sarah, I think it was important. Anytime you get some 35 foreign ministers together to talk about something that is hitting their populations so hard as this blockade in the Strait of Hormuz is right now, it is important. It is the opportunity to really discuss what tactics they have at their disposal, what resources, military or otherwise, they have that they could bring to bear to open up the shipping lanes if necessary. It's just an important time to clear the air. Now, of course, the United States wasn't one of these 35 countries, and it could have been useful to hear what the United States is planning to do. As you heard from your previous guest, it is not at all clear, not even to the allies. On the other hand, since the Trump administration has done virtually nothing except criticize its allies and not brought them into any sort of planning, that might have also been a waste of time to have an American representative there.
Terry, do you have the sense, from the politicians that you're speaking with and also the statements that they've been making, are European countries relatively aligned on how they want to position themselves in this crisis, or are there divisions behind the scenes?
It's really hard to know, again, because the United States has not made clear what its plan of action is. What we have seen until now is that Europeans are not willing to go to deploy any assets while hostilities are going on. The United States doesn't want to put its own navies, doesn't want to put its own people in the line of fire. And so Europeans definitely don't either. They feel like they didn't cause this and that their people shouldn't die for this. Now, they're pretty much aligned on that. It remains to be seen what countries are going to be willing to do when hostilities cease, and that is the time period they're talking about, being willing to send military assets to help clear the shipping lanes once the war has ended. And we don't know yet. It's just too early to say. So they can sit in a room and talk about hypotheticals. What would we do if the U.S. does X or Y? But again, they really don't have inside information. And I've heard this from officials even speaking off the record. They do not have any idea. The U.S. is not sharing anything about their plans. So it's hard to say what page anyone is on at the moment.
And you recently interviewed the Estonian foreign minister on his country's position. Let's have a listen and then we'll get your feedback thereafter.
US has not asked anything, so that's the case. So if US are our largest, strongest ally in NATO as well, we have US troops in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland. If they ask our support, of course Estonia is considering the support. But there is no ask. There is no actually the understanding what is the final goal, what we should do there. Now we see as well that a couple of countries who said that this is not our war. They are now considering the coalition after the war to demining the region and whatever. So I think that we need to stick together. And of course, we didn't start the war, but this war directly is, infecting us a lot.
That's a relatively supportive message. I mean, it seems clear there that Estonia would consider supporting the US if asked. What do you think he might be prepared to offer, Terry?
Yes, that is quite interesting. Estonia, and Margus Tsahkna himself there, the Estonian foreign minister, was the only person I've seen come out and say, you know what, we are willing to consider a request for help. And I should say to our viewers that was bouncy because we were on a train coming back from Ukraine, so we don't generally have such a uneven video, but those were the circumstances under which the interview took place. And he said, look, we felt that we needed to be very forward in telling the US, yes, we'll be there for you. And then it's even more surprising that the US does not come back with a request and instead criticizes allies as if there had been a request that has been rejected. So Estonia is a very interesting case here. Now, what does Estonia have to give? He said, we're not that far yet because the United States has not responded to us. It's a very small country, 1.5 million people, a small navy, some planes for its own domestic air force, but it's not clear exactly what Estonia would be willing to give. He said the sentiment, the willingness was the important thing for his government.
DW correspondent Terry Schultz. Thank you, Terry.
All right, there is some news from MS Now. White House officials to MS Now. Trump told AG Bondi she'll soon be removed. This was posted 11 minutes ago.
Some breaking news. MS Now has learned President Trump has informed Pam Bondi she will soon be removed as Attorney General. That's according to a White House official telling our colleague Jake Traylor. With me now to break it down, MS Now Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delanian and MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin. Ken, we were talking about this in theory just last hour, but these things move fast. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, Allie, it is a fast-moving story, and our intrepid White House team, as you said, is digging into this and is now hearing from multiple sources that this departure is imminent. That Donald Trump has decided to replace Pam Bondi as Attorney General, and among the people he's considering to replace him is Lee Zeldin, the former congressman who's the EPA administrator. That would be an interesting choice because I don't believe Lee Zeldin has ever served as a prosecutor. We've also heard the name of Senator Eric Schmidt, who was the Attorney General of Missouri, bandied around. There's a lot of speculation swirling, a lot of people putting their names in for the job. I would imagine, as someone who's covered the Justice Department for a long time, that Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, who served loyally as Donald Trump's defense attorney, would put his name in and would want to be the Attorney General. Although the question is he too closely associated with the administration of Pam Bondi? Pam Bondi obviously came under fire, even from Republicans on the Hill, for her handling of the Jeffrey Epstein matter, for initially seeming to promise revelations when she handed out a bundle of files to influencers early in the Trump presidency, only to then later acknowledge that there was nothing in those files, and then to endorse a statement from the Justice Department saying essentially there's really not much to see here, there's no further prosecutions expected, and then to decide not to release the files, only to be forced by Congress to preside over this massive release of millions of pages of files, which by some accounts was handled badly, mistakes were made. But that's not the only reason Pam Bondi is on the hot seat here. Donald Trump reportedly is incredibly dissatisfied with what he sees as the slow pace of the Justice Department prosecuting his perceived political enemies. And that's even though the Justice Department has done things that no Justice Department has ever done in modern history, has essentially given up its independence and taken cues from the White House and brought investigations based on very thin evidence and specious claims and gotten rejected in some cases by grand juries and procedurally by judges. And yet Donald Trump somehow thinks that a new attorney general will be able to bypass that and move faster as he seeks to use the Justice Department to pursue his political enemies, Ally.
And Ken, you have to wonder too, for Todd Blanche, if you question if this is really all about the handling of the Epstein files, which you know that it's not because you laid out the other facets of this, for someone like Blanche who had proximity to the way that Ghislaine Maxwell was handled, if that is something that makes it harder for him to ascend to this top spot. But I want to drill down on something, Ken, because our banner right now reads that Trump informed Bondi that she'll soon be out of this post. Why wait?
That's a great question. Only Donald Trump knows his own mind in terms of these personnel decisions. Perhaps they are still working through who the replacement might be, and they want to sort of sequence this and announce a replacement as they announce her departure. Is there a chance for a cabinet shuffle? Could she move to a different job in the cabinet? That's always possible. The way these things go, although it's hard to imagine Pam Bondi being satisfied with a different job than Attorney General. She was the Florida Attorney General. She's identified herself as a career prosecutor. And look, she could make a fortune in the private sector at this moment as the former Attorney General representing clients before the Trump administration, if that's the route she chose to go. So it's anybody's guess why Trump is doing it this way. But one thing we know for sure is that he has decided to replace the Attorney General.
And our team is trying to get a little bit more information about why there might be a wait. I'll read a little bit of that new reporting from our colleagues Jake Traylor and Laura Barone Lopez, because one official talking to them about this shuffling says that Trump still personally likes Bondi and notified her before officially removing her to, in their words, help her along. But at the same time, Lisa, many people in Trump's orbit have had knives out for Bondi. They've wanted to see her pushed out of this post. Even we saw Chief of Staff Susie Wiles in that infamous Vanity Fair interview say that she saw the mishandling of Epstein from Bondi, specifically pointing out the moment where Bondi said, I have the Epstein list on my desk, and then she didn't. I think it just added to the confusion around the DOJ's handling of the files. But I think, again, if we turn back to Todd Blanche, who is also not just #2 at DOJ, but Trump's former personal lawyer, what do you look at for the stakes around him? Because I think many would assume, all right, the #2 ascends to the top spot.
Well, certainly on a temporary basis, the #2 ascends to the top spot. We saw that last time, for example, when Bill Barr resigned at the very end of the first Trump presidency. Jeffrey Rosen, who was then the Deputy Attorney General, became the acting Attorney General and had to deal with the increasing pressures on the Department of Justice to intervene in the election, and ultimately was the Attorney General in place when January 6th happened, Allie. But let's go back to why not Todd Blanche? Because perhaps of some of that administration dissatisfaction with Pam Bondi and how she handled that initial promised rollout. You'll remember on January 30th, when 3 million pages of documents were released in the Epstein files, who stood at the podium and took questions and really described to the press assembled, I believe Ken was even in the room that day, what was about to happen? It was not Pam Bondi, it was Todd Blanche. And so Todd Blanche cannot disavow the handling of the Epstein file any more than Pam Bondi could. Many people might say that he has been the face of the administration with respect to compliance or attempted compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. That's the act of Congress that demanded the release of those 3 million pages. Ellie, I also want to share with you, I'm getting some reaction to the news of Pam Bondi's potential firing as soon as perhaps tomorrow from survivors and their lawyers. And many of them are somewhat buoyed to hear this news, but of course for them, this is sort of a necessary but not sufficient move. They say Pam Bondi still has some explanation to do for how this has all gone down.
Shake up at the White House. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. This will help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. By taking this every day, you're going to slow down the aging process. Why? By detoxifying your body, bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals, you're helping your immune system, your endocrine system. You're helping your tissues perform better. By soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. And by having inflammation going down and having healthier neural connections, your brain function will improve. So it's really important to take every day. If you take this and you're working out, you'll notice that you're recovering from your workout quicker because it's soaking up free radicals and bringing down that inflammation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Take it every day. This is a month's supply. Make sure you use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. Click the link that's in the description. Go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Saw that in Truth Social posts this week. We heard it last night, telling them that they should gain this delayed confidence, in his words, and go and take their energy commodities that are currently stalled in the strait. And Joe, this has come with heightened threats against our NATO allies that the U.S. could withdraw from the alliance since they haven't met the president's demands when it comes to reopening that critical waterway. And we should point out today, the United Kingdom did convene the foreign ministers of 35 countries to discuss the issue, but we heard some messaging already, including from the French President Macron, who said that it is, quote, unrealistic to expect that the strait could be open through military means. It feels like the prevailing sense right now is that it's going to take a cease in the hostilities in order for our allies to commit military assets to help reopen the strait.
You know how it's so easy to be on the air with Tyler Kendall because I don't have to ask any questions. She gets to all the news that you just heard everything that you need to know, which gives me time, Tyler, to ask you about Pam Bondi. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the reports, and we've got at least 3 or 4 of them now. She's likely soon to be out as Attorney General. Seen a report that she actually was told to prepare for this from the president. Do we think this could happen soon?
Yeah, so there's been multiple outlets that started last night, of course, with the New York Times. Then we saw this new report this morning from Semaphore that apparently the president has conveyed this message. We're going to have to see what ultimately comes from this. A lot of news outlets are citing people familiar with the matter, upset about how the Department of Justice has ultimately handled the Epstein files, something that at this point has followed President Trump and has really caused some political turmoil in the party as we head closer to the midterm elections. This White House is really trying to distance itself from the release of those files. Now, all of this reporting has cautioned, and we should note that a final decision hasn't been made, but it's going to be something that we're going to watch really closely. As we just saw a few weeks ago, President Trump dismissed the first person in his cabinet, Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary, over handling of immigration policies. And I think as we get closer to the midterms and the White House plays defense on multiple issues, you might start to see more of these shakeups.
Wow. I guess the door starts swinging once you get into the second year here, Tyler. And Lee Zeldin, we're going to have Attorney General Lee Zeldin. Who saw that coming?
Right. I mean, current head of the EPA and has really helped to shepherd some of President Trump's deregulation agenda. Of course, a former candidate for the New York gubernatorial seat at one point, but he's really elevated himself in the administration as we have seen this deregulation push. And that also is coming into play when it comes to the energy market. Of course, something that we've talked about as a potential option that could potentially help bring down energy prices has been waivers to get more higher ethanol gasoline content onto the market. Not to change topics completely, but that's important for our conversation about bringing down those prices. And President Trump's been pretty happy with Zeldin's job so far.
Well, lots to talk about, lots to cover with Tyler Kendall. We thank you so much, Tyler. The day after the big speech, this is something. I feel like we're surveying the battlefield the morning after. We're going to do that down in Florida next. The rocket's gone. The launch pad is still smoldering. Ed Ludlow's up next, only on.
But so far, for the GCC, it has already tremendous effect. So since the beginning of war, 400 million barrels of oil are already removed from the global market. And that is tremendously big. Just before the war, 20% of the oil, crude oil, and 20% of the natural gas, or LNG, was passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Now it is dropped to 5% of the normal level. So it's understandable that the GCC is calling on the international community to secure the maritime corridors. But the third demand, that I think is quite a new element, and the GCC is quite clear about it, saying that include GCC in all discussions, talks, and agreements with Iran. So that is important because before, so there were talks between Iranians and Americans. Failure or the success at the end of the day was just related to these two parties. But this war has shown that when there is a war between these two parties, so it is the GCC that is paying the highest price. And that's why now they say, well, we are not going to remain silent or be sidelines. We have to be not only at the negotiating table, but all the process that is going to lead to the negotiating table. We have to be there, clearly communicate our demands, and making sure that the interests of GCC are properly reflected in any peace settlement. And he also has given some dramatic numbers just to show the world what is at stake. He simply said that the GCC has over $2 trillion of the GDP, and it daily produces over 60 million barrels of oil, which makes annually around 6 billion barrels, and 23% of...
All right, I'm going to talk about the market update. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,563. Oil is trading at $111 a barrel. VIX is trading at 25.61. Bitcoin is trading at 67,000. The Japanese yen, it's at 159, and the Euro USD is trading at 1.15. Natural gas futures are trading at 2.806. Now, for the S&P 500, for the ones that haven't been paying attention, the S&P 500 support level should be at 6,450. The resistance level is at 6,600. And we're trading at 6,561. If it breaks 6,450, the next major support level, and it's a strong support level, is 6,140.
The president of Azerbaijan, he says the whole world has been forced to pay the price because of the aggressive actions of the US and Israel. And this is also related to what's happening to the Gulf from the Iranian perspective, and of course, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and as Rasul was saying, the potential closure of the Bab el-Mandeb. What Iran is always saying that it is in the position of reaction and not action, and all what it's doing is hitting on American interests and putting the amount of pain higher and higher for America. Now, what's clear is that this is an Iranian strategy in creating more liability from this war on everyone, making this war or framing it as a war of attrition, whereas Iran is not the only one who is being paid. Iran is not the only one who is paying the price, and Iran is not the only one that is being bombed.
Ali, stay there because I just want to bring in the rest of the team that are in Ramallah and indeed the occupied West Bank. And
all right, we're going to go back to Bloomberg here.
A barrel up now by 6.7%. Bitcoin down 1.9%, 66,904 on Bitcoin. Shares of top asset managers are declining after Blue Owl Capital said it will limit redemptions from two of its private credit funds after facing a surge in withdrawal requests. Blue Owl finding itself squarely in the middle of worries about private credit. Shares down by 2.1%. Blackstone right now down 0.6%. KKR shares, they are advancing by 0.4%. Recapping West Texas Intermediate crude, 111.87 a barrel, up 11.7%. The VIX below 26, and the S&P down 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. At Joe Matthew is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie. I bet Charlie was watching that launch last evening. You should have seen it in the newsroom here in Washington. It was a great moment. You know everything that's going on. We talk about doom and gloom on this program every day, unless you're excited about American politics right now. A perfect bit of timing to witness American greatness. Everybody gathered around after the late edition of Balance of Power in front of a terminal. We dialed up Ed Ludlow and we watched just absolutely floored by what we witnessed. If you're with us on YouTube, look at this thing. This is the biggest rocket that's gone up in some time with people on it, certainly from Cape Canaveral. Thousands, hundreds of thousands lined the Space Coast to watch this happen, just to see it clear the tower, to see this reach orbit was so satisfying after so many delays. Producer James tells me the Orion's about 40,000 miles from Earth currently. What do they have, James? About 200-something thousand to go? 230,000 miles. It's like a walk in the park before they get to the moon. And, you know, we've told you they're not getting out. They're not walking around. This is a slingshot mission. And they're going to go further away from Earth than they ever have before. This is, of course, the next step to actually getting back to the moon, building a base, and eventually getting to Mars. This is big stuff. And they pulled it off. Even the president mentioned it last evening before he ever got to the war in Iran, when he addressed the American people. This is the first thing that he said. Listen.
Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis 2. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing.
Farther in space than anyone has gone before. Can't imagine the vibe at the Kennedy Space Center the day after an event this momentous. But Ed Ludlow's going to bring us there right now. The co-host of Bloomberg Tech is our spaceman this week. And Ed, are you there for the whole mission? I love that. Areas in front of the VAB. Get on YouTube right now and check out Ed. Otherwise, listen to what he's got for us, because Ed witnessed this firsthand yesterday, standing right in front of the countdown clock. And Ed, it looks like this is going great. Can you tell us the latest on the mission?
Yeah, I would just first point out, Joe, as well, that there's a lot of critical personnel in Houston, of course, that are right now maintaining contact with the crew inside of the Orion spacecraft. Your summary and introduction of where we're at and the significance, just spot on. Essentially, this morning, the Orion spacecraft conducted a burn that took it from low Earth orbit to higher Earth orbit, but it's still in this kind of holding pattern, an elliptical orbit of the planet, while they conduct tests of key communications, propulsion, and other systems. And what we're gearing toward is an absolutely critical moment, somewhere between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern time, when NASA has to decide, along with the crew, are we or are we not a go for that translunar injection? In other words, the final burn from the main rocket that's left with the Orion spacecraft to propel it towards the moon. And there is jeopardy in that. There is risk in that. Of course, it's highly calculated. But in the broader context of what you outlined and America's ambitions of the moon, you know, were they to not go ahead with that and decide to come out of Earth orbit and come back to Earth, that would be a big blow to the project. So we are watching very closely on an ongoing basis for the next few hours.
Mm-hmm. So you said around 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern time, this decision will be made. Ed, what will that decision be based on?
Yeah, based on data, based on the functionality of the avionics, the propulsion system, the input from the 3 Americans and 1 Canadian that are on board that Orion spacecraft. But this has all gone to plan so far. It is all gone to the timeline as outlined in some detail in advance by NASA. And if they make that decision between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern, the burn itself will come just after 8 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, and then it's what, 4 days to get there, Ed? 5 days? This is a 10-day mission in total.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where the mainstay of the mission comes. So it is 4 days to go the balance of the 250,000 miles, which takes the Orion spacecraft to within about 4,100 miles of the lunar surface. And so we say this is record-breaking because it takes a human crew manned mission deeper into space than any have gone before. But that distance in proximity to the dark or far side of the moon, really interesting. But there's a reason, right? They want to see the dark or far side of the moon to make observations, to use different sensors to take readings of the surface of the moon. Is there water there? Is there a way of releasing oxygen? Are there other minerals? And then the final part that's absolutely key is the free return trajectory. Basically instead of relying on propulsion from thrusters or a rocket, relying on the gravitational field of the moon and the Earth's gravitational pull to slingshot the Orion spacecraft back around and back towards Earth, which is, it is a fascinating physics-driven maneuver, and ultimately in 10 days' time splash down off the coast of San Diego, US West Coast.
They must have some incredible views of Earth right now from that distance. And it's my job to ask you about the toilet. I don't know what's going on here. I guess they fixed the toilet. Was there more than one? Was that a potential problem on the mission?
I mean, I think there's more than one deployable system. That was an issue. Was it you and I discussing the 43 cups of coffee that had been designated?
Yes, that's right.
Crew
It's got to go
over the
somewhere.
10-day mission.
Yeah.
So there's a direct correlation between the diuretic that is coffee and what's going on there. But again, this one of the best conversations I had on the ground yesterday was with Robert Lightfoot, a one-time acting administrator of NASA, but he did 30 years at agency. Now he runs Lockheed's space program. They are accountable for the Orion spacecraft, and the crew was so intimately involved in the design and development of the building of that spacecraft.
I heard that interview. It was great. And of course, Ed is much more graceful than to get into the grisly details. But I did learn that it's a suction driven. They don't use water in the toilet up there, right? So this thing has to work for them to get to the moon and back.
Yes, in a zero gravity or microgravity environment, the traditional system that we know to be the lavatory would be ill-advised.
Indeed. This is, of course, not why Ed went to Cape Canaveral. But I have to ask you, Ed, while you're there, because we don't get to talk often enough about SpaceX. We're looking at the biggest IPO of the year, potentially. There's a lot of talk about Elon Musk with his plans to even merge this future public company with Tesla. I'm just wondering what you're seeing, what you're hearing from the ground down there.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that one's reminded of when you visit the Space Coast is that, we went over this thing yesterday, Joe. I first visited as a kid in the early 2000s. Now, this has got SpaceX all over it. SpaceX has facilities. Funny is this morning when I pulled into the parking lot at the launch complex, there was a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket that took off overhead. It's so normal and with regularity. What I reported this week, I'm told by sources, is the S1 went in confidentially. They filed their prospectus confidentially for the IPO. The target valuation is 1.75 trillion to 2 trillion, and they want to raise a lot of money, $75 billion. But the key part of the story is they want that money, that capital, not for the exercise of launching rockets. The ultimate goal is to build space-based data center, right? Data centers in the form of satellites. That will take a lot of capital. So yeah, a lot going on, trying to thread those stories together.
Man, you've had a week. That's your scoop, right? You and Bailey own that story because everybody's reporting it like it's common knowledge now, but you're the one who found out about that confidential filing.
Yeah, and what I would say is that a number of weeks ago, I won't put an exact date on it because a lot's happened, but we had also reported that there were two proposals on the table initially, right? Pre the merger, SpaceX with Elon Musk's AI company, XAI, there had also been a consideration of prior to an IPO, just merging Tesla with private SpaceX. That, it would appear, isn't happening, but there was a big body of investors that really supported that. But you're right that let's call it either the rumor or the idea that a public SpaceX still has a future where it merges with Tesla into some kind of combined entity. To a lot of people, that makes sense because of the scale, but also because of the commonalities and what those companies are trying to achieve.
And yeah, just lastly, with regard to those commonalities, Ed, do we envision a world in which robotics made by Tesla are building data centers that are brought to space by SpaceX? Is that how this comes together?
You could go a step further and say you envisage a world where Tesla's Optimus robot is the first wave that goes to Mars, right, to protect against what would happen to human life, send a robot, or indeed on the moon base. These are ideas, they're theories, they're business plans at most, but that's kind of what we're talking about here. In the more near term, the idea is that if SpaceX is going to build data centers in space, Tesla has its own chips that it makes in-house. Tesla could also be a big customer of running inference, running the AI models with those satellites. That's more near term what we're talking about.
Wow. Yeah, we got there. This is super cool stuff. Adam, delighted that you're still in place and that you could join us today on Balance of Power. Thanks for all of your great coverage. Helping to bring us there makes such a...
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. Resveratrol will help with youthful gene expression, help to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Your tissues will perform better. Your mitochondria will produce more ATP, so you'll have more energy. And resveratrol will help the health of your basal layer for your skin. You should be taking resveratrol every day to slow down the aging process. It stacks really well with Boomer Boost and C60. Let me talk about C60 briefly here. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, and also extra virgin olive oil. C60 is a molecule that will soak up free radicals. It is 1,000 times more potent than a molecule of vitamin C. You take a teaspoon a day every day. I've been doing this since 2016 every day. Teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach for best absorption. And what this will do is boost up your energy levels, help the health of your mitochondria. And by soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. And it'll also help to bring down inflammation, and it'll help to reduce stress in your tissues, including your brain. So your neurons will perform better. Over time, you'll notice that you'll have positive neuroplasticity, you'll be thinking better, you'll have better memory. In addition, your endocrine system and your immune system will perform better. Your thyroid will perform better. Your other glands will perform better. Please go to my store, take it a teaspoon a day, every day. But please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60, take it every day. And like I said, it stacks really well with the resveratrol. But it also stacks really well with the Boomer Boost, the turmeric, the ashwagandha, the lignans, the Max 35. And when you stack these all together, including the probiotics and the multivitamin that I offer on my store, you're attacking all these aging vectors and you're slowing down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60.
De-escalate tensions in the Middle East. The Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, says that President Vladimir Putin is in talks with Gulf states to help resolve the Iran conflict.
Regarding the war in Iran, President Putin is a staunch supporter of the idea that all disagreements should be resolved exclusively through political and diplomatic means. This is precisely what the president spoke about during his series of international telephone conversations with the heads of states of the Gulf and the Arab world. And the president continues these contacts. And if our services are somehow required, we are, of course, ready to do our part to ensure that the military situation transitions to a peaceful course as soon as possible.
Let's hear now from Yulia Shevkova, who's more from Moscow.
Moscow is ready to extend its helping hand, providing energy security and its assistance to all those who need it. It can increase the volume of its crude oil exports if Western sanctions are lifted. During a phone conversation, Vladimir Putin and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman were discussing the joint participation of Russia and Saudi Arabia in the OPEC Plus to stabilize the global oil market negatively affected by the crisis in the Middle East. And also at a meeting in the Kremlin with the head of the Egyptian Foreign Ministry, Vladimir Putin promised to continue to supply food and grain to Egypt, while Egypt supplies Russia with fruit and vegetables in return. Putin emphasized that the two countries could discuss a possibility of establishing a grain and energy hubs in Egypt. Several months ago, at a meeting in Cairo, Egypt and a number of other African countries, as well as Russia, agreed to create independent financial and logistics chains to protect their partnership from Western sanctions. After African foreign ministers were expressing their readiness to cooperate with Russia,
despite the Western sanctions against Moscow. They were ready to accept investments from Russia and in all sectors of the economy, and Russia's assistance in ensuring security and combating extremism in their country. So Russia preserves its presence in the region and expresses its readiness to help. Yulia Shapovalova, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
President Trump's speech was expected to either announce an end to the Iran war or an escalation with ground operations inside Iran, and it did neither. Instead, it's made oil prices jump and markets slide. Some Sharif explains.
President Trump has downplayed the United States' reliance on the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important waterways. Now, Iran's near closure of it in the past month has led to the largest global energy market disruptions in decades. Now, President Trump says the U.S. imports almost no oil from here and won't be taking any in the future. It's true, crude imports into the U.S. have fallen drastically over the years, but it still relies on the Strait of Hormuz for a fraction of its imports. Now, government data shows in 2024, it brought in 500,000 barrels per day. That's 7% of its total crude oil imports and 2% of its petroleum product imports. The way President Trump also sees it, the U.S. is the world's largest producer of oil and gas, and it's insulated with what's happening thousands of kilometers away. And yet, people are paying more at the pumps because gas prices are more than $1 a liter, the highest since 2022. Now, the U.S. and Israel's war on Iran has also left the rest of the world feeling the pain of supply disruptions and rising prices. Hours into President Trump's speech, we've had oil prices jump and we've had Asian stocks slump. Now, the UK and dozens of countries have held talks on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, much of the oil and gas produced in the region is headed to Asia, but some part of it also up from the Suez Canal into Europe. About 2,000 ships are stranded because of Iran's partial blockade in retaliation to US and Israeli strikes. Now, before the conflict, tankers carried 20 million barrels of oil, or 20% of global energy consumption, passed through this strait every single day. But in the past month, very few ships have made this passage in coordination with Tehran.
Earlier, I was joined by James Meadway, who's host of the economics podcast Macrodose, and a former UK Treasury official. And he says the latest comments by the US president have done little to settle the energy markets that are increasingly shaken by the conflict in Iran.
Donald Trump didn't really say anything in his 17 or so minutes. He was talking, a lot of belligerence, some threats, some backtracking, some suggestions that terrible new things happen, but nothing that sounded like, and this is what people will be looking for, nothing that sounded like a resolution to this. The promise of a resolution in 2-3 weeks in his usual time frame, but nothing concrete. And that is what is causing this level of fear, because the disruption that we've seen over the last it's now just over a month with the Strait of Hormuz being closed, is starting to ripple out beyond Asia, which has already been very significantly hit by that disruption to oil and gas supplies, and now really rolling into Europe. We've seen the first country there, Slovenia in southeastern Europe, impose oil and fuel rationing on motorists. You can only take a certain amount at a petrol station when you go to fill your car up in the country now. And warnings from the EU that people will have to start thinking about driving less and this sort of thing. So that ripple effect is starting to play out as the last boats to make it out of the Strait of Hormuz before the closure arrive in Europe. That's where the ripple effect starts to come in. And that, I think, is what's really frightening people who are trying to trade at the minute, is that there's no real handle on where they go next.
And these ripple effects, these impacts, how quickly...
All right, let's go back to balance of power there.
Volatility and uncertainty, even as it benefits oil and defense. And even not all the oils are up today. This is interesting, too. Expect Thursday's soothing message from Trump White House to douse markets' jitters, emphasizing the U.S. finishing in Iran shortly within the next 2 to 3 weeks. That would not come as a surprise to anyone. But we haven't seen it yet. In fact, the president just posted on Truth Social a video of a bridge coming down, a blown up bridge in Iran. He writes, the biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again, much more to follow. Then it goes all caps. It is time for Iran to make a deal before it's too late, he says. And there is nothing left of what still could become a great country. Of course, he has said repeatedly that it is too late. And spent time last evening trying to make the case for war and establishing what remains an elusive timeline here. We've heard him reiterate the 2 to 3 weeks. He did it again last evening. Here's the president at the White House.
We are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form.
Interesting, thanking the countries in the region there, as opposed to our NATO allies, who he did castigate. But then there was the talk of escalation. Once again, we get the two messages. You heard what he just said. We're going to finish the job. We're going to finish it very fast, and we're getting very close. But then came the back to the Stone Ages line, as he says that over the next 2 to 3 weeks, we're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. I don't know what that means for help is on its way, when he was referring, of course, to helping the protesters on the streets, because now he's talking about, this is a quote, to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. Let's go through all of this with our panel. We've got a great one today, sensitive to politics and political optics, which of course an address like this is all about. Bloomberg Politics contributor and Republican strategist Rick Davis is here, partner at Stone Court Capital, alongside Democratic strategist Matt Bennett, Executive Vice President for Public Affairs at Third Way. Rick and Matt, it's great to see you, and I'm curious your thoughts today, Rick Davis, just in general. Let's start wide and we can zero in on some of the messaging here. The president had been criticized for not doing this yet. So 5 weeks into the war, there he is in the cross hall, the doors open, walks up to the podium. A lot of people commented how it was dimly lit. Some folks referenced low energy because he was reading, not doing the big rah-rah rally thing. And I'm wondering if you think he managed to reach people in their living rooms last night, whether they were planning to see him or not.
Yeah, I mean, I just think back a week ago, we were talking about the president needs to address the country and explain what's going on with this war and trying to build some of the popular support for it, because we were seeing poll after poll indicating that not only did this skirmish start as an unpopular event, which is unusual for a military escapade like this, but two, it only got worse. And so, yes, it's a good thing the president took the time yesterday to address the country. I would say the audience that I could tell he was talking to was his base. He basically built a rationale for, if you like Donald Trump, here's your talking points for the next couple of weeks. And I really didn't feel like he was addressing the elephant in the room, which is the rest of the public wondering, why are we doing this? When are we getting out? What are the benefits to this for our country? It was really kind of a baffling speech in that regard.
He said specifically what he wanted to do, and the Pentagon has been saying daily what the goal is. I mean, come on. No one, just because he says this, it just doesn't mean it's true. I mean, come on.
Prices, the dollar, interest rates, and stock futures. Matt Bennett, did the president make this better or worse with the speech?
It certainly didn't make it any better. I don't know if you could make it worse, because it was pretty bad going into last night, as Rick points out. And I very much agree with Rick that this was a speech to his base that is starting to crumble around this issue. There's some very high-profile skeptics like Tucker Carlson and others. And I think he was trying to shore that up. He was definitely not talking to Democrats, and he certainly wasn't even talking to swing voters who are wondering just what we're doing there and why paying $4 a gallon for gas is making America.
So the theocratic regime doesn't have a nuclear weapon. I thought that was very clear. And they've been saying that almost every day. I mean, crazy. These people are crazy.
Really comes to an end when the Straits of Hormuz open, and there is zero in that speech to tell us how tankers are going to start getting through the Straits, and that's why you saw the markets do what they did.
You know, the president said the Strait would open naturally, Rick. I'm not sure what that meant. other than if you give this enough time, Iran needs to make a living and will start allowing some oil to pass through. But now there's news today that Iran is working with Oman to establish a tolling system for the strait. Is that how naturally things are going to open?
Well, you hope not, because that kind of is de facto Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz. It's never been that way, and it should never be that way. That gives them enormous leverage on a quarter of the world's supply of hydrocarbons. It's completely unacceptable. And I thought that was the weakest part of the president's speech was, how do you address the Strait of Hormuz? And other than that throwaway line, which is, once we end hostilities, it'll sort of take care of itself naturally. There's nothing natural about the goings on we're not talking about the run of the salmon in the Colorado River here. I mean, like, we're talking about oil tankers, the fuel for the economic growth of most of the world. So
if he completely destroys the IRGC, don't you think that there's nothing inhibiting the oil tankers? And I think that's what he meant. I mean, these people, they're so dumb.
Ron, I mean, to not even talk about the plan that you're submitting for a peaceful transition, I was shocked by that. This is the way you're solving this problem, and it wasn't even addressed.
Wow. There's so much here that
they're trying to spin it,
and will, and I'm glad that we have a couple of hours here because
they're part of they're part of the paper belt, the intelligentsia of the East Coast, and that Trump can't think. That's the way they're projecting this. Trump can't think. He doesn't have any strategy. He's just too stupid. Really? He's done more in his life before he turned 50 than any of these people put together. Plus, Trump is blessed. Do you really want to go against the blessing? I don't think so.
State of the Department of Justice, and does this go directly back to Minneapolis or the Epstein files?
I think it may be neither, maybe the Epstein file, but I think what the reporting this morning suggested was that Trump is unhappy with Bondi because she's failed to get convictions against his enemies, people like James Comey, who she tried to prosecute unsuccessfully because the courts thought what the Justice Department was arguing is totally ridiculous because these people didn't commit any crimes. I think Lee Zeldin is being set up to fail because he's not going to be able to get convictions against these people either. He's also not going to be able to satisfy even Trump-based supporters who want more on the Epstein files without, angering the White House and releasing things that could be very embarrassing to them. So I don't see how Zeldin, even if he gets confirmed, which he probably will because they can confirm him with the majority of the Senate, there is no way for him to succeed if the bar that Trump is setting is where the reporting suggests that it is.
Wow. Rick Davis, Fox reports that Bondi met with Trump at the Oval Wednesday night before the speech, and that's when she was informed of her ouster. She went with him, I believe, to the Supreme Court yesterday. That must have been quite a day to start that way and end it with your firing. One of the sources telling Fox, by the time Trump got behind the podium to the address, Bondi had lost her job and was already on her way back to Florida. I guess things happen quickly once they end up happening. Rick, what's your reaction to this?
Yeah, I my own view, I mean, things usually happen in real time, and sure, there may have been a plan to go, and I don't disagree with anything Matt just said about like the rationale. But we also know that he was sitting in the Supreme Court. First time a president's ever done that. And you know what? By all accounts I've read, the Solicitor General did not make a compelling argument to change birthright citizenship for the first time in history since the 14th Amendment. And I got to believe that he had expectations that were sky high for his presence at the Supreme Court and the potential outcome. And he could not have been happy. He got up and left as soon as that presentation was made, evidently made a big scene of it. And then literally that afternoon, they pulled the plug on her. I mean, she would not have gone with him, and he might not have gone if they for sure were going to fire her that day. So I don't know. That's just my insider view of how things tend to work. It's usually cause and effect, and we now see the effect.
This is why we ask you, Rick, do you believe reporting that Susie Wiles was done months ago with the Attorney General?
Yeah, you could not watch those February and March congressional hearings that Bondi did. So contentious, so inappropriate, so disrespectful to members of Congress. All these people who they are going to require getting some help for, at some point in time. And I believe at that time, and we had extensive conversations about it on Balance of Power, that this was a first time I've seen this level of disrespect from a cabinet official, regardless of what agency they represented. And I gotta believe that started to grow.
Showing up with Oppo research to go after the Democrats on the panel. 30 seconds, Matt, go for it.
Yeah, look, I think Rick's right. And I think one thing to take away from this is that people like Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi cannot do what they think Trump wants them to do, which is to be mini-me versions of him. They can't pull that off. They can't lie with impunity. They can't be argumentative the way that Rick was just describing and be contemptuous. They're just not good at it.
Wow. Matt Bennett and Rick.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. This has 68 nutrients, and it will focus on multiple systems. It'll help with brain function, your musculature, cardiovascular health, your metabolism, boost up your energy levels, help with keeping inflammation down, boost up the immune system, and help with the endocrine system. Take this every day and you're going to slow down the aging process. It stacks really well with heirloom barley and gladiator barley, C60, the turmeric, ashwagandha, and the lignans, max 35. Those are great ways to stack to slow down the aging process. This also stacks really well with the probiotic and the multivitamin that I have on my store. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Boomer Boost, slow down the aging process. Make sure you use discount 5. All caps, discount 5. You get $5 off. Click the link in the description of this video. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get healthy. This is a very powerful supplement. Even if you only take this, you're going to get a lot of benefits. But if you stack them, like I just said, you're targeting all these different systems, the different ways to slow down the aging process and boost up all these different organ systems in your body. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. With that, that's the end of my broadcast. Thank you for watching. I greatly appreciate the ones that have been watching the live stream. I will repost this on all my channels. Please subscribe to all those channels: YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble.